The year is 1533. England stands at a crossroads, a kingdom torn by ambition, faith, and dynastic uncertainty. Its king, Henry VIII, restless, fiery, and unyielding, has broken from Rome itself to secure what he believes to be his destiny, a son to inherit the Tudor crown. But fate, as it often does in the long story of kings and queens, had other plans. In September of that year, in the shadowed chambers of Greenwich Palace, a child's cry pierced the air. Not the awaited prince, but a daughter. A daughter destined to be dismissed at birth, overlooked, underestimated, and yet, to one day become the most famous monarch in English history. This child was Elizabeth. From her first breath, Elizabeth Tudor was a child of discord, a princess born of scandal and uncertainty. Her mother, Anne Boleyn, once the lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine of Aragon, had captured Henry's restless eye. Their union, passionate, controversial, and dangerous, had sundered England from the Catholic Church, torn apart the social fabric, and placed the crown in direct defiance of the Pope in Rome. Elizabeth was not just a royal infant. She was the very embodiment of England's upheaval. Her existence was proof of Henry's defiance, the living symbol of the English Reformation, and the wedge driven between Rome and London. From her first days, she was both royal daughter and political statement. Yet the court did not rejoice as it might have for a son. Henry VIII, though disappointed, sought to mask his frustration. He declared his daughter legitimate, showered her with titles, and staged celebrations for her christening. But beneath the pomp lay a quiet tension. For to many this infant was not a blessing, but a bitter reminder that the king still lacked the male heir he so desperately desired. Elizabeth's early life was one of fleeting fortune. In the grand chambers of palaces like Hatfield and Eltham, she was raised in the trappings of Tudor royalty, yet never far from peril. Her mother, Anne Boleyn, was brilliant, ambitious, and divisive. To her enemies, Anne was a seductress and heretic. To her allies, a reformer and queen of unmatched charisma. For Elizabeth, she was simply mother, though that bond would be severed almost before memory itself. In May of 1536, when Elizabeth was not yet 3 years old, Anne Boleyn was arrested, charged with adultery, incest, and treason. The charges were almost certainly fabricated, concocted by Henry's ministers and enemies at court. But the outcome was final. In the Tower of London, beneath grey skies, Anne was executed by a French swordsman, leaving her daughter motherless. For Elizabeth, this was more than personal loss. It was the collapse of her very status. Declared illegitimate, stripped of her titles, and cast aside in the line of succession, she became a royal orphan, father distant, mother disgraced, and future uncertain. And yet, even as a child, Elizabeth began to reveal the qualities that would one day define her reign: resilience, adaptability, and a quiet brilliance. Raised in the care of tutors and attendants, Elizabeth was given an education rarely afforded to women of her time. Henry VIII, despite his tempestuous nature, believed in the value of learning for his daughters. Under the guidance of scholars such as Roger Ascham, Elizabeth studied languages, philosophy, theology, and history. Latin and Greek became as natural to her as English. French, Italian, and later Spanish flowed from her tongue with fluency. She devoured the works of classical authors, absorbed the writings of reformers and humanists, and sharpened her mind in the crucible of Tudor politics. She was not merely intelligent. She was dazzling. Even her tutors remarked on her quick wit, her sharp memory, and her gift for rhetoric. She could hold her own in debate with learned men twice her age, and she grasped, early on, the power of words. a power she would wield with unparalleled mastery throughout her life. But her education was not simply intellectual, it was survival. In a court rife with plots, rivalries, and sudden downfalls, Elizabeth learned caution, diplomacy, and the art of silence. She mastered the ability to reveal little while observing much. In a world that dismissed her as illegitimate, she became a student of appearances, careful with her words, deliberate with her gestures, and always attuned to the dangerous currents of power. Her half-sister Mary, daughter of Catherine of Aragon, loomed as both rival and reminder of their father's fractured legacy. Their relationship was complicated, sometimes warm, sometimes wary, always shaped by the political winds. Their half-brother Edward, born of Henry's third wife, Jane Seymour, would eventually inherit the throne, but Elizabeth, though younger, would grow to outlast them both. Yet in these formative years, Elizabeth had no certainty of destiny. She lived under the shadow of her father's moods, the scrutiny of courtiers, and the perpetual question: what role, if any, could this motherless girl have in the great story of England? Her red gold hair, so like her father's, marked her as unmistakably Tudor. But her eyes, sharp, intelligent, penetrating, revealed something more. She was her mother's daughter as well, inheritor of Anne Boleyn's ambition and magnetism. This blend of father and mother, fire and wit, strength and subtlety, would make her not only a survivor, but a queen unmatched in history. Even as a child, Elizabeth's life was tinged with danger. When Henry married Catherine Howard, Elizabeth's cousin, she was briefly welcomed back into the royal fold. But when Catherine too fell to the executioner's block, Elizabeth must have sensed the peril of proximity to her father's affections. To be beloved of Henry was to court disaster. To be forgotten was perhaps safer. As she grew, Elizabeth's character took shape in these shadows. She developed a cautious independence, a strength forged not by certainty of power, but by its absence. She learned that her survival depended on keen judgment, patience, and an ability to adapt, qualities that would serve her far better than any title of princess or queen. By the time Henry VIII died in 1547, Elizabeth was just 13. She had lived through 3 stepmothers, seen her mother executed, and endured shifting tides of legitimacy and disgrace. But she had also grown into a formidable young woman, educated, poised, and already adept at navigating the treacherous waters of royal life. The prologue to Elizabeth's story is not one of triumph, but of survival. She was the child of a king who never quite wanted her, and of a mother destroyed by ambition. She was the half-sister of rivals, the subject of suspicion, the pawn in a game far larger than herself. And yet, this daughter of discord, this unlikely heir, would one day rise above them all. The girl dismissed at birth would become the Virgin Queen, the architect of England's golden age, and the monarch who defined a nation's destiny. But to reach that point, Elizabeth would have to endure trials that would test her mind, her faith, and her very survival. The story of Elizabeth is not merely a tale of glory. It is the saga of a woman who learned to thrive in the shadows before she could shine in the light. And so, as we begin this journey into her reign, we must first understand the crucible that shaped her. The fires of scandal, loss, and uncertainty forged Elizabeth into steel, and it is only by knowing the child, the daughter of discord, that we can truly understand the queen she became. The year 1536 marked the brutal end of Anne Boleyn and the beginning of Elizabeth's long exile into uncertainty. For a child barely 3 years old, the meaning of her mother's fall would not have been fully understood, but its consequences would define the contours of her young life. One day she was the celebrated Princess of England, daughter of a king and his new queen. The next, she was Lady Elizabeth, a child without legitimacy, cast out of succession. Her very birth marked as a mistake. Yet though the crown stripped her of titles, it could not strip her of blood. Elizabeth remained Henry VIII's daughter, and Henry, in his contradictions, could never fully disown the child who so clearly bore his features. The red gold hair, the sharp gaze, the unmistakable stamp of Tudor majesty. Elizabeth's childhood became a delicate dance between recognition and rejection. At moments, Henry paraded her at court, showing off her intelligence to foreign ambassadors, remarking on her quick wit as if she were proof of his own greatness. At other times, she was relegated to obscurity, her household reduced, her status ambiguous, as the king's affections shifted with each new wife. The atmosphere of Henry's court was never safe. It was a theater of splendor built upon foundations of fear. Elizabeth watched from its margins as her father's moods determined the fates of queens and ministers alike. She must have understood, even as a child, that to be loved by Henry was dangerous, but to be ignored by him was a form of survival. The pattern of wives was relentless. After Anne's execution, Henry wed Jane Seymour, who bore him the longed-for son, Edward. For Elizabeth, Jane's presence was a bittersweet reality. This woman replaced the mother she had lost, yet she also brought stability. For the birth of Edward secured Henry's dynastic dream. Elizabeth's status improved slightly, though she was still carefully kept from the center of power. When Jane died in childbirth in 1537, Elizabeth likely felt again the fleeting nature of security at court. Anne of Cleves followed, her marriage to Henry brief and humiliating. Elizabeth, still young, would have seen how swiftly her father could dismiss a queen when it suited him. Next came Catherine Howard, Anne Boleyn's cousin, a girl not much older than Elizabeth herself. For a short while, Elizabeth and Catherine shared a bond of kinship. But when Catherine was accused of adultery and sent to the block in 1542, Elizabeth witnessed, with chilling clarity, the recurring fate of women in Henry's orbit. Finally, Catherine Parr entered Henry's life. Unlike her predecessors, Parr was mature, educated, and politically astute. She nurtured Elizabeth's learning and offered something like maternal care. For the first time in years, Elizabeth experienced warmth in her father's household, though she must have remained aware of how fragile this kindness could be. Through these cycles of marriage and execution, Elizabeth absorbed the hard lessons of power. She learned that kingship was not a shield from death, that love could turn to hatred overnight, and that proximity to Henry's passion was more dangerous than distance. Elizabeth herself was shaped not only by what Henry gave her, but by what he denied her. Denied a mother's presence, she grew self-reliant. Denied the secure title of princess, she learned to define her worth by her mind, not her position. Denied constancy from her father, she cultivated caution, patience, and an instinct for reading the shifting tides of favor. Henry's shadow loomed large over her every step. She admired him as the embodiment of royal power, the man whose very presence filled a hall, whose words could inspire loyalty or fear with equal force. But she also feared him, for she had seen what happened to those who stood too close to his fire. Elizabeth inherited much from her father: the commanding presence, the sharp intellect, the gift for performance and persuasion. but she also inherited his temper and pride, which she would learn to control in ways he never did. She saw in Henry both the brilliance of kingship and its dangers, and in that paradox she forged the foundation of her own character. By the time she reached her teenage years, Elizabeth had already drawn a silent conclusion. Her survival, and any hope of future greatness, depended on vigilance. She would not allow herself to be consumed by passion or reckless ambition, as her mother had been. She would not allow herself to become a victim of love, as Catherine Howard had. Instead, she would stand apart, watching, learning, mastering herself. And so, Elizabeth became a child of two worlds. Her father's blood gave her the fire of Tudor majesty, while her mother's fate taught her the cost of unbridled ambition. Between the two, she forged her own path, one of caution, patience, and quiet resilience. Elizabeth grew up in the long, daunting shadow of her father's throne. But far from being crushed by it, she learned how to survive within it. And in surviving, she was preparing, though none could yet know it, to one day rule England in a way her father never could, with control, with calculation, and with a mastery of image that turned survival into triumph. From the moment she could hold a quill, Elizabeth Tudor was no ordinary child of the court. While many noble daughters were given some polish in reading, embroidery, and perhaps a touch of French to prepare them for marriage, Elizabeth's education was something far greater. It was the forging of a mind that would one day rival the greatest rulers of her age. Henry VIII, for all his ruthless vanity and turbulent rule, took pride in his children's brilliance. Though Elizabeth had been branded illegitimate after Anne Boleyn's fall, she remained the daughter of a king, and Henry's pride would not allow her to be left untutored. Thus, he placed her in the care of the finest minds of the humanist movement, men who believed learning was not merely for men, but for those destined to shape kingdoms. Her early lessons were rigorous. She learned to read and write not only in English, but in the classical tongues. By the time she was still a child, she had begun her mastery of Latin, the language of scholarship and diplomacy. Soon after came Greek, with its difficult syntax and philosophy-laden texts, which Elizabeth took to with a natural ease that astonished her tutors. French and Italian followed, spoken with a fluency that would later charm ambassadors and confound enemies. In time, she would also acquire Spanish, the language of her most dangerous rival power, arming herself with words as surely as soldiers with steel. Roger Ascham, her most celebrated tutor, would later recall Elizabeth as a pupil without equal, possessed of a hunger for knowledge that no correction or weariness could dampen. Where others found translation exercises tedious, Elizabeth relished them as challenges to be conquered. She would take a passage of scripture in Greek, render it into English with elegant simplicity, and then transform it once again into Latin, a feat that would daunt even the most skilled university scholar. But Elizabeth did not confine herself only to languages. She immersed herself in theology, sharpening her understanding of the fierce debates that were tearing Christendom apart in the Reformation. She studied mathematics, astronomy, and rhetoric. Music became not merely a pastime, but another form of discipline. She learned the virginals and the lute, her fingers as precise in playing strings as in guiding her pen. Her handwriting, neat and deliberate, filled manuscript after manuscript with essays, prayers, and translations. These were not the idle scribbles of a child passing time. They were the disciplined labor of a girl who seemed to understand, even then, that her survival might one day depend upon her intellect. What made Elizabeth's education remarkable was not only its breadth, but its purpose. For her, knowledge was never idle, knowledge was armor. In a court where queens lost their heads, where alliances shifted like sand, and where the will of a king could make or unmake fortunes, Elizabeth understood that her wit, her words, and her learning could become her sharpest weapons. This awareness bred in her a particular kind of cunning. She spoke rarely in public as a girl, but when she did, her words were measured, precise, and polished like jewels. She practiced restraint, learned to watch and listen while others revealed too much. Even as a child, she gave the impression of being far older than her years, her eyes betraying the quiet calculation of one who was constantly taking in lessons about human nature as much as about Cicero or Aristotle. Ascham would later note that Elizabeth's diligence in learning was matched only by her delight in it. She was not compelled into scholarship. She pursued it with passion. To her, the words of the ancients were not dead relics, but living truths. She absorbed Cicero's speeches as though preparing for her own battles, studied Plato as though searching for wisdom to guide her reign, and dissected Aristotle's logic as though sharpening her own strategies. The girl who was dismissed as the bastard of Anne Boleyn was, through sheer force of intellect, becoming one of the most formidable minds in Europe. Each page she wrote, each language she mastered, each argument she constructed, laid the foundation for the queen she would become, a ruler who wielded her learning like a sword, who dazzled her subjects and confounded her enemies with the brilliance of her words. Elizabeth was not simply learning for learning's sake. She was building herself into a woman of resilience, authority, and perception, qualities that would one day allow her to sit upon the English throne not as a pawn of men, but as the sovereign of an empire. In the shadows of Henry's tempestuous reign, Elizabeth was quietly preparing, not with armies, not with titles, not with crowns, but with books, words, and thought. And in doing so, she was shaping the most enduring weapon of her reign, her mind. When Henry VIII entered into his sixth and final marriage in 1543, the life of the 10-year-old Elizabeth Tudor shifted once more. His bride, Catherine Parr, was unlike the wives who came before her. Learned, compassionate, and deeply religious, Catherine was not merely a queen consort meant to soothe the aging monarch in his twilight years. She was a reformist at heart, a woman who saw in education and faith a path to strength, not only for herself, but for the young royals in her care. For Elizabeth, who had grown up amid the storms of suspicion, the loss of her mother, and the dangers of Henry's mercurial temper, Catherine's presence was a balm. At last, she found a stepmother who treated her not as a rival, not as a threat, and not as a political inconvenience, but as a daughter. Catherine's household became a haven of learning, refinement, and relative warmth, a place where Elizabeth could flourish under guidance rather than suspicion. Catherine Parr's household was unlike any Elizabeth had known before. It was a place of music and books, of study and debate. Scholars, humanists, and reformist theologians were welcomed into her circle. They would gather in candlelit chambers, poring over texts in Latin and Greek, or debating questions of theology that touched the very heart of the Reformation. Elizabeth, quick-witted and ever-observant, thrived in this atmosphere. Catherine encouraged her to continue her studies, providing her with tutors, books, and, most importantly, a sense that her mind was valued. The Queen herself was a published author, the first woman in England to publish a book under her own name in English, and she modeled for Elizabeth that intellect and womanhood could coexist, even flourish, within the dangerous confines of power. Here, Elizabeth's love of learning was not merely tolerated, it was nourished and celebrated. She practiced her languages with renewed vigor, engaged in discussions of scripture, and played music with her stepmother and siblings. For the first time, Elizabeth was not only a student, but part of a family. It was also through Catherine Parr's influence that Elizabeth's position in the royal family was strengthened. By persuasion and persistence, Catherine urged Henry VIII to reconcile with both of his daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, and to restore them to the royal line of succession through the Third Succession Act of 1543. Though Elizabeth was still officially declared illegitimate by law, the act meant she could no longer be easily dismissed or forgotten. In the complex world of Tudor politics, this was no small gift. It was a safeguard, a recognition that the daughter of Anne Boleyn, though shadowed by scandal, remained a Tudor princess whose claim could not be ignored. Elizabeth, even at her young age, must have understood the importance of this moment. Once branded an outcast child, she now stood once more within reach of the throne, if fate and fortune chose to turn in her favor. Yet, even within this period of light, shadows crept at the edges. After Henry's death in 1547, Catherine Parr, now Dowager Queen, remarried with startling speed. Her new husband was Thomas Seymour, the brother of Jane Seymour, Henry's third queen and mother of the boy king Edward VI. Thomas Seymour was everything Elizabeth had been warned against: handsome, charismatic, restless, and reckless. He was nearly 40 years old, and Elizabeth was a girl of 14. What began as light-hearted familiarity, visits to her chambers at dawn, playful banter in the gardens, even tickling and wrestling, quickly turned into something far more dangerous. At first, Elizabeth may have been flattered. She was a teenager who had grown up in the glare of courtly suspicion, rarely treated with warmth by men who saw her as either a threat or a pawn. Seymour's attention was intoxicating, but it was also perilous. Catherine Parr herself at first appeared indulgent, sometimes even joining in Seymour's games, but as the rumors grew and the impropriety became undeniable, Catherine's patience fractured. Whispers spread through the household. Jealousy simmered. Elizabeth's reputation, so carefully guarded, was placed in jeopardy. The situation soon spiraled beyond rescue. Catherine, torn between love for her husband and duty to her stepdaughter, decided to send Elizabeth away. For the girl who had found in Catherine her first true motherly figure, the dismissal was painful, yet perhaps necessary for her protection. Tragedy followed swiftly. In 1548, Catherine Parr died in childbirth, her brief happiness with Thomas Seymour ending in sorrow. Seymour, meanwhile, turned his restless ambition back toward Elizabeth. Rumors abounded that he hoped to marry her and gain influence through her royal blood. His schemes, reckless and ill-conceived, soon caught the attention of the ruling council. By early 1549, Seymour was arrested for treason. Elizabeth, though only 15, was dragged into the storm. She was interrogated harshly by the authorities, pressed to admit her part in Seymour's designs. But here, her sharp mind and instinct for survival revealed themselves in full. She denied all impropriety with measured words, neither confessing nor contradicting too firmly. When confronted, she replied with caution, "I will not confess more than I know. If you prove anything by me, you may." Her restraint saved her. Thomas Seymour was executed, but Elizabeth emerged, scarred yet unbroken. She had learned, through pain and scandal, one of the most enduring lessons of her life: to trust no man's affections too quickly, to guard her reputation with steel, and to wield silence as a shield. The years with Catherine Parr left indelible marks upon Elizabeth. From Catherine, she gained not only education and family warmth, but also a living example of a woman who navigated the treacherous world of men with dignity and intellect. From the Seymour scandal, she absorbed the dangers of desire, the volatility of ambition, and the necessity of vigilance. It was here, in this crucible of learning, affection, and betrayal, that Elizabeth's character sharpened. She emerged not as a broken child, but as a cautious, calculating young woman. She had seen that men's affections could be double-edged swords, that rumors could ruin a princess as easily as an axe could fell a queen, and that survival demanded discretion above all else. The household of Catherine Parr gave Elizabeth both her brightest refuge and her darkest lesson. From its light and shadow, the future queen began to take her truest shape, a woman who would rule not by surrendering to passion or scandal, but by outlasting them. The death of Henry VIII in January of 1547 marked a turning point, not only for England, but for Elizabeth herself. She was just 13 years old, her childhood shadowed by danger, scandal, and relentless scrutiny. Now the throne had passed to her younger half-brother, Edward VI, a boy of only 9. The kingdom that Henry had torn apart with his will and his wars was left in the hands of a child, and with it, the lives and futures of his daughters. Mary and Elizabeth were thrown once more into uncertainty. Edward was precocious, intelligent, and deeply committed to the Protestant faith instilled in him by his tutors. He adored Scripture, delighted in sermons, and saw himself as a reforming king chosen by God to carry forward his father's work of severing England forever from the authority of Rome. Yet Edward was no sovereign in practice. As a boy, his power was exercised through his regents. First his uncle, Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset, and later John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland. These men, ruthless and ambitious, wielded the crown's authority in the king's name, and their rivalries created a court seething with intrigue. For Elizabeth, Edward's reign was a paradox, both safer than her father's and no less perilous. Henry had been mercurial, capable of destroying lives with the stroke of a pen or the nod of a head. Edward, though gentle and pious, was surrounded by men whose ambitions could easily endanger the young princess. England under Edward VI was in the grip of religious upheaval. The boy king's regents pressed harder and faster toward Protestant reform than even Henry had dared. Mass was abolished. Altars were torn down. Images of saints were destroyed. The Latin liturgy was replaced with the new Book of Common Prayer, written in English. The countryside burned with unrest. Peasant uprisings flared in Devon and Cornwall in protest of the changes, demanding the restoration of the Latin Mass. In Norfolk, rioters seized land and attacked the nobility in fury over enclosures. The nation was unstable, and in that instability, those closest to the throne sought to grasp tighter at power. Elizabeth, born of Anne Boleyn's defiance and raised in the reformist spirit of Catherine Parr, had natural sympathies with Protestantism. She read Scripture daily, wrote translations of devotional texts, and was comfortable with the new learning that swept England. Yet she had seen enough in her young life to know that overt zeal could be as dangerous as open defiance. Thus, she adopted a posture that would become her lifelong strategy: outward compliance with the prevailing order, tempered with inward caution and silence. Elizabeth attended services, followed the new rituals, and gave no cause for suspicion. Yet she never committed herself so firmly to the reformist cause that she could not later step back if the tides turned. This balance, this careful dance upon the razor's edge, became the hallmark of her survival. Much of Edward's reign Elizabeth spent not at the center of court, but in the comparative quiet of her own estates, especially Hatfield House. There, away from the daily intrigues of Somerset and Dudley, she immersed herself in her studies with renewed vigor. Hatfield was no idle retreat. It was a training ground. Elizabeth learned not only languages and philosophy, but also the practicalities of managing a household, commanding servants, overseeing accounts, and maintaining order. These were the very skills she would need as queen, and she mastered them before she reached adulthood. Her household became a miniature court in itself, attracting scholars, musicians, and visitors eager to witness the brilliance of the young princess. She practiced diplomacy even there, receiving ambassadors and dignitaries with composure and wit that astonished seasoned men of power. But Hatfield was also a place of solitude, where Elizabeth could reflect upon her precarious place in the Tudor succession. She was second in line after Mary, restored by Henry's will, yet both daughters were still technically illegitimate. Their claims rested not upon unbroken legality, but upon the unstable will of a dead king. Elizabeth, ever cautious, must have recognized that her future depended on more than books and charm. It depended upon the careful cultivation of alliances, the preservation of her reputation, and the restraint of her ambitions, until fortune provided her with the opening she needed. Throughout Edward's reign, Elizabeth maintained a wary yet deliberate closeness to her elder sister, Mary Tudor. Mary, fiercely Catholic, loathed the reforms of Edward's council. She clung to the Latin Mass, held private Catholic services in defiance of royal law, and was watched constantly by Protestant officials who feared her influence. Elizabeth, though more aligned with Edward's Protestant cause, never broke with Mary. She visited her, wrote to her, and carefully avoided the religious disputes that divided the siblings. It was an extraordinary feat of diplomacy for a teenager. Elizabeth refused to alienate her Protestant brother or her Catholic sister, maintaining ties with both sides of the religious divide. This balancing act was no small thing. It preserved her reputation as a figure who could appeal to both camps, a quality that would later make her the perfect candidate for the throne when England had grown weary of religious whiplash. In the 6 brief years of Edward's reign, Elizabeth refined the instincts that had been sharpened by her father's court and her stepmother's household. She learned that silence could be more powerful than speech, that obedience could be feigned without surrendering principle, and that survival required patience. She had watched queens fall to the axe, seen stepmothers buried, and navigated scandals that could have ruined her name. Now, under Edward, she perfected the art of waiting, of being present without overreaching, of complying without committing too far, of preparing quietly for a destiny that might never arrive. And in those years, Elizabeth was preparing, not through bold declarations or open ambition, but through watchfulness, study, and restraint. She was becoming a master of the most dangerous game in Tudor England, the game of survival. When Edward's health began to falter in the early 1550s, the boy king's reign entered its final, desperate chapter. The great question of succession once more rose to the surface, and with it, the lives of Mary and Elizabeth were thrown into peril again. But before that crisis came to pass, Elizabeth had already learned the lessons that would sustain her for the rest of her life. That power was fleeting, that faith could be a weapon as much as a devotion, and that the crown itself was less a prize than a burden few could bear. In the shadow of the boy king, Elizabeth became not merely a scholar or a princess, but the apprentice of power, quietly preparing for the day when she would step out of the shadows and into the light of destiny. Elizabeth Tudor's life was never free of danger, even under the reign of her young half-brother, Edward VI. Though she was merely a girl during these years, the world around her was turbulent, and her position, caught between legitimacy and exile, between Protestant and Catholic loyalties, between affection and suspicion, remained perilously uncertain. At the Tudor court, rumor was as sharp a weapon as any dagger. Whispers carried from chamber to chamber, from noble households to the streets of London, and Elizabeth's name was often at their center. After the downfall and execution of Thomas Seymour, who had overstepped the bounds of propriety in his dealings with the young princess, Elizabeth found herself stained by association. She had been clever, cautious, and unyielding during the investigation, denying guilt while refusing to be trapped by trick questions. Yet the damage was done. To many courtiers, Elizabeth's name was now linked with scandal, her reputation precariously balanced upon the fragile thread of public opinion. She was not yet queen, nor even the immediate heir, but she already understood a vital truth. Her reputation would be her shield, and once tarnished, it could never be restored. Every word she spoke, every glance, every silence could and would be interpreted. She became a master of measured speech, of cautious gestures, of wearing masks when her true thoughts had to remain hidden. In this crucible of suspicion, Elizabeth was being tempered into steel. As Edward grew older, the boy king's health declined. His counselors, the men who wielded power in his name, jockeyed for advantage, their ambitions cloaked in the language of religion and loyalty. Chief among them was John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, a figure both cunning and ruthless. He recognized the danger Elizabeth posed. Young, intelligent, Protestant-leaning, and popular among the people. She was both an asset and a threat, depending on how the game was played. The great game of succession began to unfold in whispers behind closed doors. With Edward's frail body failing, the matter of who would inherit the crown consumed the court. Henry VIII's will had declared both Mary and Elizabeth rightful heirs should Edward die childless. Yet to Northumberland and his allies, such an outcome was unthinkable. Mary was a devout Catholic. Elizabeth, though sympathetic to Protestant reforms, was independent and difficult to control. Both represented uncertainties, and so Northumberland turned his ambitions toward another. Lady Jane Grey, Edward's cousin, a pious young Protestant girl who could serve as a vessel for his power. Edward, barely more than a boy, was persuaded to alter the succession, disinheriting both of his half-sisters. Mary and Elizabeth, daughters of Henry VIII, were written out of destiny with the stroke of a pen. For Elizabeth, this was a chilling lesson. She saw how easily blood and birthright could be brushed aside by ambition. The crown, which seemed at times so close, could be stolen, diverted, or destroyed before it ever touched her brow. Her life was not her own. It was a pawn upon the chessboard of politics, to be moved, threatened, or sacrificed as others saw fit. And yet, Elizabeth endured. She did not rebel nor openly protest. Instead, she retreated to Hatfield, where she watched and waited, listening to the shifting winds. She understood what others did not, that survival required patience, silence, and the discipline to hold one's tongue while the storm raged. The reign of Edward VI, brief though it was, etched indelible lessons into Elizabeth's heart. She saw that even kings could be manipulated, their thrones controlled by powerful counselors, She witnessed how religion could divide families, setting brother against sister, father's will against God's command. She felt deeply how fragile her own place was in the Tudor world. She had been restored to the succession, but just as easily, she had been cut out again. Elizabeth was learning, always learning. She carried within her the memory of Seymour's fall, the shadow of gossip, the knowledge that even innocence offered no protection. She carried, too, the bitter reminder that titles, promises, and laws could be overturned in a heartbeat. These years left her wary, but they also left her strong. The girl who once wept at her mother's death now stood with a quiet, unbreakable resolve. In silence, in study, in the practice of restraint, Elizabeth forged the tools she would one day wield as queen. Every suspicion survived became another stone in the fortress of her character. By the time Edward VI's brief and troubled reign came to an end in 1553, Elizabeth Tudor had reached the cusp of womanhood, nearly 20 years old, yet carrying the weight of experiences that had shaped her far beyond her years. She had lived through the maelstrom of Henry VIII's court, the beheadings of her mother, Anne Boleyn, and the tragic fates of her stepmothers, the unpredictable tempers and demands of a father who could be both affectionate and tyrannical, the unsettling attentions of Thomas Seymour, which tested both her composure and her understanding of danger, and the calculated, often ruthless machinations of Edward VI's regents, men who wielded power in his name while constantly testing the boundaries of loyalty, obedience, and ambition. Elizabeth had seen how quickly fortunes could shift, how easily trust could become betrayal, and how a single misstep, a single ill-timed word or glance, could bring ruin. She had watched as friends, allies, and even those closest to her were destroyed, their heads falling or reputations shattered, and she had understood that survival demanded more than courage. It demanded discipline, strategy, and perception. From her earliest years, Elizabeth had learned to read the motives of others. She observed Henry's court and realized that affection was often transactional, that flattery could hide deadly intent, and that the favor of a monarch was as fleeting as candlelight. She learned to recognize danger in smiles, ambition in whispers, and manipulation in seemingly innocent gestures. In the Seymour scandal, she understood that charm could be a trap, and that the cleverest strategy was to remain calm, measured, and silent when required. Elizabeth also learned the delicate art of public versus private persona. To the court, she projected compliance and obedience. To her own household and studies, she nurtured intellect, ambition, and independence. Her education became not simply a scholarly pursuit, but a shield and a tool, allowing her to wield words as weapons, conversation as armor, and knowledge as authority. She could charm ambassadors, impress tutors, and maintain her image as a harmless princess, all while quietly plotting, learning, and waiting for opportunity. She had witnessed the lethal intersection of religion and politics. Edward's Protestant reforms had sparked rebellion and unrest, yet Elizabeth had navigated these turbulent waters with care, avoiding extreme displays of zeal that might endanger her while still embracing enough of reformist thought to maintain favor. She understood that flexibility was as important as principle, that survival required judgment in every thought, every act, every word spoken aloud. By now, Elizabeth had become a student of human nature, a keen observer of power, ambition, and deceit. She understood the fragility of life, the volatility of fortune, and the importance of timing. She could wait, she could deflect, she could appear harmless while strengthening her position for the future. And in this crucible of adversity, Elizabeth had transformed from a princess at risk into a master of survival. She had endured scandal, temptation, and political intrigue. She had navigated the perilous labyrinths of succession and courtly intrigue, and she had emerged unbroken, tempered by adversity, sharpened by observation, and fortified by experience. By the time Edward VI's life ended, the girl who had once been a pawn in the dangerous game of the Tudor court was no longer just a princess in waiting. She was a young woman of extraordinary resilience, intelligence, and foresight, a queen in all but name, prepared to seize power not through force, but through cunning, wisdom, and the careful orchestration of circumstance. Every lesson she had learned, every slight, every threat, every secret observation had become a building block in the fortress of her character, preparing her to step into a throne that would demand all her skill, patience, and strategic genius. Elizabeth Tudor had survived, and in her survival lay the foundation for the reign that would come, a reign that would become legendary, unrivaled, and forever remembered as the Golden Age of England. The Elizabeth who emerged from the reigns of Henry VIII and Edward VI was not yet the queen history remembers. She was a young woman, vulnerable, often in peril, yet already marked by the qualities that would define her: intelligence, resilience, and a shrewd instinct for survival. The shadow of the throne had not destroyed her. Instead, it had taught her the lessons she would need to sit upon it. But her greatest trial was yet to come. With Edward's death, the throne passed not to Elizabeth, but to her Catholic half-sister Mary. And under Mary's reign, Elizabeth would face imprisonment, suspicion of treason, and the very real threat of execution. The stage was set for the next chapter in her journey, a chapter where survival itself would hang by a thread. Elizabeth Tudor's survival had already tested her wit, her discipline, and her caution. But with the death of Edward VI in July 1553, the true crucible of her life began. The crown of England passed not to Elizabeth, nor to her elder sister Mary by right of Henry VIII's will, but first, for 9 fleeting days, to Lady Jane Grey, the pawn of John Dudley's ambition. Elizabeth's response to Jane's usurpation was measured and deliberate. She did not rush to declare herself, nor did she openly rebel. Instead, she watched and waited, calculating the safest course. When Mary raised her standard and gathered supporters, Elizabeth chose her side carefully. She marched to greet Mary in a display of loyalty that was both political and prudent, riding into London with her sister, cheered by crowds that hailed them as true daughters of Henry VIII. But beneath the surface of celebration, Elizabeth understood the peril. Mary, now crowned as the first reigning Queen of England, faced an almost impossible challenge. She was a woman on a throne in a world that doubted female authority, a devout Catholic in a kingdom divided by faith, and a monarch bound by both blood and suspicion. To Mary Elizabeth, clever, Protestant-leaning, and immensely popular with the people, was not simply a sister, she was a rival. Mary's reign quickly became entangled with controversy and rebellion. Her marriage to Philip of Spain, a union designed to strengthen England's Catholic ties, outraged many of her subjects. The specter of foreign control, combined with the fear of England being subsumed into Habsburg politics, gave rise to open unrest. When Wyatt's rebellion broke out in 1554, Elizabeth was immediately suspected. The rebels spoke in her name, whether she had involvement or not. Her very existence became a rallying point for opposition to Mary. Elizabeth denied all involvement, insisting on her loyalty. But in the world of Tudor politics, innocence meant little. She was seized, interrogated, and in a chilling echo of her mother Anne Boleyn's fate, committed to the Tower of London. The tower gates clanged shut behind her, and Elizabeth entered the same fortress where her mother had spent her final days before the axe. To walk its stone corridors, to hear its heavy doors lock, to breathe its damp, shadowed air was to feel the very breath of death itself. Elizabeth knew that one false move, one unfounded accusation, one letter discovered could end her life on the scaffold. And yet, she endured. Summoned before interrogators, Elizabeth maintained her composure. She spoke carefully, neither too bold nor too submissive, asserting her innocence while refusing to incriminate herself. When asked if she supported the rebels, she answered with precision, "I am not guilty of this thing." She refused to be trapped by leading questions, refused to sign false confessions, refused to give her enemies the satisfaction of her fear. It was here, in the cold cells of the tower, that Elizabeth's steel was truly tested. She understood that to panic was to perish. She cultivated patience, silence, and above all, restraint. She prayed, she read her Bible, she waited for fate to turn. And fate did turn. Whether out of lack of evidence, political calculation, or Mary's own conflicted conscience, Elizabeth was eventually released, though not to freedom. She was sent instead to house arrest at Woodstock, closely monitored, her letters censored, her every step shadowed by spies. She lived in a cage, gilded but suffocating, where even servants might betray her for a coin or a favor. Yet in confinement, Elizabeth's resilience only grew. She charmed her guards, she cultivated an image of dutiful obedience, and she waited. In public, she bowed to Mary's authority, but in private she studied, observed, and prepared for the day when the crown might fall into her hands. Mary's reign grew darker. The burnings of Protestant heretics earned her the grim title Bloody Mary. The people who had once cheered her entry into London began to recoil from the smoke of Smithfield and the flames of martyrdom. Each execution weakened her popularity. Each failure of policy drove the nation further into discontent. Elizabeth, by contrast, became a figure of silent hope. She was the alternative, the Protestant heir, the daughter of Anne Boleyn, tarnished, yes, but alive. Every year that Mary's marriage failed to produce a child, Elizabeth's shadow loomed larger over the throne. By the time Mary's health began to fail, Elizabeth had endured imprisonment, suspicion, and confinement. She had seen the cruelty of power misused, the danger of foreign alliances, and the futility of ruling by fear. She had learned that a queen must balance strength with mercy, faith with pragmatism, and caution with decisiveness. And so, when Mary Tudor died in November 1558, Elizabeth emerged from the shadows. The girl who had once been led through the gates of the Tower as a prisoner now entered London as its queen. The lessons of Mary's reign were carved deep into her heart. That queenship was fraught with peril, that to wear the crown was to walk always on a knife's edge, and that survival demanded not only wisdom, but vision. Elizabeth had seen the danger of queenship in her sister's struggles. Now she was ready to face those dangers herself and to transform them into triumph. The winter of 1558 settled over England like a shroud. The days were short, the nights long, and a chill crept not only into hearth and home, but into the very spirit of the realm. In London, the air hung heavy with smoke from damp fires, mingling with whispers of rumor and dread. For in the chambers of St. James's Palace, a queen lay dying. Mary Tudor, the first woman ever to sit upon the throne of England by right of blood, had fought fiercely to rule as her father, Henry VIII, once had, with strength, with conviction, and with unflinching faith. Yet her reign had been marked not by triumph, but by sorrow. The people called her Bloody Mary, a name born of fire and smoke, of men and women burned alive at Smithfield for refusing to bend their conscience to Rome. Her health, too, had betrayed her. A phantom pregnancy had left her body frail and her spirit wounded. The loss of Calais, England's last foothold on the continent, was a humiliation she confessed would be found engraved upon her heart. Childless, sickly, and surrounded by courtiers who whispered behind her back, Mary's last days were darkened by failure. Outside her chambers, courtiers paced with unease. Who would inherit? Who would command the hearts of the people? Spain watched anxiously, for Mary's husband, Philip II, had hoped to bind England to his empire. France plotted, for Mary, Queen of Scots, granddaughter of Henry VII, had a claim that could rally Catholic Europe. And England itself held its breath, for the question of succession was a question of life and death. Far from these dying embers of power, at Hatfield House in Hertfordshire, another woman waited. She was 25 years old, tall, with fiery red hair, sharp eyes, and a mind trained in silence, study, and survival. She was Elizabeth Tudor, daughter of Anne Boleyn, the Queen executed as a traitor, and Henry VIII, the king whose will had reshaped church and crown alike. To many, Elizabeth was still tainted by scandal. To others, she was a beacon of hope. To herself, she was cautious, wary, and patient. She had survived imprisonment in the Tower, accused of treason during her sister's reign. She had endured the suspicion of conspiracies she did not weave, and the scrutiny of enemies eager to see her fall. She had walked the same stone passages where her mother had once awaited execution, and she had sworn that she too would not die before her time. Now, in the gray chill of November, a messenger rode hard through the countryside, carrying tidings that would change the course of history. Mary was dead. England had no queen but Elizabeth. When the news reached Hatfield, Elizabeth's reaction was not immediate jubilation, but solemn awe. She walked out into the gardens, where a great oak tree stood stark against the winter sky. There, beneath its boughs, she sank to her knees. Her breath clouded in the cold air as she whispered the words of Scripture. "This is the Lord's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes." It was a moment at once private and eternal. The daughter of Anne Boleyn, once branded bastard, nearly cast aside, imprisoned as a traitor, was now the sovereign of England. The same land that had threatened her life would now bow to her command. But Elizabeth knew, even in that moment of destiny, that the crown she inherited was not a gift freely given. It was a burden, tarnished by division, heavy with expectation, precarious as a candle flame in the wind. England was weary, its faith fractured, its coffers drained, its enemies circling. The young queen had not merely to rule, but to prove herself worthy of the throne she had so narrowly escaped losing. Thus began the reign of Elizabeth Tudor, a reign born not of peace but of peril, not of certainty but of survival. The turning of fortune had lifted her from prisoner to queen, but the trials ahead would demand every ounce of her intellect, her will, and her unyielding sense of destiny. And so, on that winter's day in 1558, beneath the bare branches of a Hertfordshire oak, the story of the Virgin Queen's golden age truly began. London stirred before dawn, its narrow lanes and crooked rooftops washed in the pale grey of a winter morning. The city's bells began to toll, one after another, until the sound rolled like thunder across the Thames. Windows opened, doors flung wide, and soon the streets filled with men, women, and children, some in their Sunday best, others in rags, all drawn by the same curiosity, to glimpse their new sovereign. The fires of the night before still smoldered, remnants of the bonfires lit in celebration of Mary's passing and Elizabeth's rise. The acrid scent of smoke lingered in the air, mingled with the sweetness of pine and resin that merchants had burned as offerings to fortune. There was a tension in the crowd, a strange blend of joy, fear, and expectancy. For many, this was not simply the dawn of a new reign. It was a chance for England itself to rise from ashes of debt, division, and humiliation. And then she appeared. Elizabeth rode into the city on horseback, a deliberate choice that spoke volumes. She was no cloistered queen carried in a litter, but a rider, active and alert, surveying her people with keen eyes. Her red-gold hair glowed beneath the pale winter sun, the loose curls catching the light like strands of flame. A simple circlet of pearls rested on her head, restrained yet regal, while her gown of black and white proclaimed both mourning for her sister Mary and the promise of renewal. Every element of her appearance was calculated, not vanity, but politics, a performance as vital as any law or treaty. The people erupted in cheers as she passed, cries of "God save the Queen," echoing against the walls of Cheapside and over the arches of London Bridge. Children tossed handfuls of flowers into her path, rosemary for remembrance, violets for faithfulness, and red roses for England itself. Old women wept openly, murmuring prayers for deliverance. Apprentices climbed onto barrels and rooftops to catch a glimpse of her, their voices carrying above the rest. And yet, beneath the roar of celebration, 1,000 unspoken questions stirred. Was Elizabeth, the daughter of Anne Boleyn, a queen condemned and executed, truly legitimate in the eyes of God and man? Would she bring peace to a kingdom fractured between Protestant and Catholic? Could a young woman of 25 command the loyalty of seasoned generals, proud nobles, and restless commons? Would she take a husband, and if so, would he rule England in her stead? Elizabeth herself understood these questions better than any. Each cheer that rang in her ears was sweet, but behind it she heard the faint rustle of doubt, the whispers of those who saw her as an interloper, a heretic, or a pawn of foreign powers. She knew already that her reign was not a birthright freely given, but a crown seized in the delicate theater of politics, religion, and perception. As she looked out over the sea of faces, she smiled, that famous smile, bright yet inscrutable. It was not simply the smile of gratitude or triumph, but of resolve. She was telling her people, and perhaps herself, "I am here. I have endured. I will endure still." Thus began the reign of Elizabeth, not in triumph alone, but in the shadow of peril. A queen who stepped into the light not as a passive heir, but as a survivor who must prove with every gesture and every word that her rule was not a gift of fortune, but a prize she would defend at any cost. Coronations are never simple ceremonies. They are declarations, manifestos written not in ink, but in light, color, sound, and ritual. Elizabeth understood this better than most. Her very right to rule was contested by Catholic Europe, by papal decree, by her cousin Mary Stuart, and by those in England who whispered that a woman, especially Anne Boleyn's daughter, could never wear the crown legitimately. Thus, her coronation could not be an ordinary investiture. It had to be theater, carefully staged to silence doubt and transform a precarious claimant into England's anointed sovereign. Preparations began weeks in advance. The city of London was scrubbed and adorned like a bride awaiting her groom. Streets were strewn with fragrant rushes. Windows and balconies were hung with embroidered tapestries, crimson and gold, depicting saints, kings, and heroes of the realm. Triumphal arches were erected along the route, each one painted with allegories drawn from scripture and classical mythology. Carpenters hammered, painters daubed, trumpeters rehearsed. The capital itself was being transformed into a vast stage, and its citizens into actors in Elizabeth's drama of legitimacy. On the eve of her coronation, Elizabeth spent the night at the Tower of London. For most, the Tower was a prison, a place of fear and execution, and Elizabeth knew this all too well, for she herself had once walked its cold stone corridors as a prisoner, accused of treason under her sister Mary. Now she entered not as captive but as queen. The symbolism was deliberate. The Tower was not only the seat of her past terror, but also the traditional starting point of a monarch's journey to Westminster. In that transformation, from captive to crowned, Elizabeth was making her first declaration. I have survived, and I claim what is mine. At dawn on the 15th of January, 1559, the procession began. Elizabeth rode out from the Tower beneath a sky streaked with winter light, her horse draped in cloth of gold, her own gown a masterpiece of white satin threaded with silver. White, the color of purity, of new beginnings, and pointedly, of virginity. It was a calculated image, the Virgin Queen made visible. Around her, the banners of London's guilds snapped in the wind. The air shook with the blare of trumpets and the cheers of thousands. The pageantry was overwhelming, yet every detail carried meaning. The Guild of Lawyers presented her as Deborah, the biblical judge who had led Israel to freedom. The Weavers portrayed her as Judith, the heroine who had slain the tyrant Holofernes to save her people. And the scholars depicted her as Astrea, the virgin goddess of justice who would return in the world's golden age. Elizabeth was being woven into a tapestry of female strength, chastity, and divine purpose. By adopting these roles, she was subtly answering her critics. A woman could rule not only by precedent, but by divine design. At every station, she paused to acknowledge her people. When children recited verses to her, she leaned down from her horse to thank them. When a poor widow offered her flowers, she accepted them with grace. When the crowd shouted their acclamations, she raised her hand in blessing. These gestures, simple yet theatrical, cemented the bond between queen and subject. Elizabeth was not aloof, nor was she submissive. She was something rarer, a monarch who appeared both accessible and exalted, ordinary and divine. The climax came at Westminster Abbey. The great church glowed with hundreds of candles, their flames mirrored in the polished marble floor and in the gilt of saints and angels carved into the walls. The choir's voices filled the vaulted space, echoing like the sound of heaven itself. Elizabeth entered robed in cloth of gold, radiant against the dark stone, her face calm but resolute. She knelt before the altar as prayers were intoned, then rose to receive the sacred oil of anointing from the Archbishop of Canterbury. The choice of officiant was itself a thunderclap of meaning. Under Mary, England had bent once more toward Rome, and the papacy still refused to recognize Elizabeth's legitimacy. But here was the Protestant archbishop, not a Catholic prelate, presiding over her consecration. This was no compromise. It was a declaration that Elizabeth's England would chart a new course, one that answered neither to Rome nor to foreign kings, but to its own sovereign and its own church. When at last the crown was lowered onto her head, the abbey erupted with trumpets and the roar of the assembled lords and commons. Vivat Regina Elizabetha! Long live Queen Elizabeth! The sound thundered through the ancient stone and rolled out into the streets, where the people waiting outside took up the cry until it seemed all of London echoed with her name. But the ceremony did not end there. Elizabeth had carefully crafted her coronation as more than a crowning. It was a marriage, a sacred union not with a man, but with her kingdom. By wearing white, by adopting the imagery of virginal goddesses and biblical heroines, she was fashioning a new identity. The Virgin Queen, a monarch who belonged wholly to her people. No foreign husband would command her throne. No papal decree would define her rule. Her authority came directly from God and from England itself. In that moment, legitimacy was not merely proclaimed, it was embodied. Elizabeth's coronation was not just an act of ritual, it was a performance of survival, transformation, and destiny. She had taken the fragile threads of her contested birth, her mother's disgrace, her own imprisonment, and had woven them into a mantle of sacred power. From this day forward, she was not simply Elizabeth Tudor. She was Gloriana, Regina, the Virgin Queen, England made flesh. Beyond the blaze of candles in Westminster Abbey, beyond the golden crown and the thunderous acclamations of her people, lay a truth Elizabeth could never escape. Her throne was not yet secure. For while England celebrated, the wider world regarded her reign with suspicion, and in many cases, outright hostility. To Catholic Europe, Elizabeth Tudor was no queen at all. She was the living emblem of scandal, the daughter of Anne Boleyn, the woman Henry VIII had raised to the throne, only to cast down to the executioner's block. The Pope had never recognized Henry's marriage to Anne, nor the legitimacy of the child born from it. In Rome's eyes, Elizabeth was a bastard, a usurper draped in borrowed majesty, her crown nothing more than gilded rebellion against the true church. The papacy's rejection was not merely theological, it was political. For if Elizabeth was illegitimate, then her cousin, Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots, was the rightful heir of England. Mary was the granddaughter of Henry VII through his eldest daughter, Margaret Tudor. She was young, beautiful, and fervently Catholic. She was also married to the Dauphin of France, heir to one of Europe's most powerful thrones. To many in Europe, Mary Stuart represented a far more suitable sovereign for England, one who would bring the kingdom back into Rome's embrace and secure French dominance across the Channel. Thus, Elizabeth's coronation was greeted in France not with admiration, but with scorn. The French court openly referred to Mary Stuart as the Queen of England. In Paris, heralds even struck coins bearing Mary and her husband's names, with the English royal arms stamped upon them. It was as if Elizabeth's crown had been stolen the very day she received it. Spain, too, watched closely. King Philip II, widower of Mary I, regarded Elizabeth with wary eyes. He had once been the husband of England's queen. Now he faced a Protestant young woman on the throne of his late wife. Would she ally with Spain, or would she oppose him? Would she bind herself to the Protestant states of Northern Europe, or drift toward reconciliation with Rome? Philip measured Elizabeth not in the language of affection, but in the currency of power. Was she pawn, partner, or future enemy? Even within England itself, Doubts clung like mist. In the countryside, Catholic gentry gathered in hushed circles, uncertain whether to bend the knee to this new queen. Some prayed openly for her fall, hoping Mary Stuart would soon ride into London crowned in victory. Others looked to Elizabeth with cautious hope, wondering whether she would ease the fires of persecution that had consumed so many under her sister Mary. The Protestant faction, meanwhile, was divided. Many had fled England under Mary's Catholic regime, living in exile in Geneva, Strasbourg, or Zurich, and now returned hardened by the teachings of Calvin. These men and women expected Elizabeth to continue Edward VI's reforms, to strip the Church of every remnant of Catholic ritual and superstition. Yet Elizabeth herself was cautious. She despised Rome, but she also mistrusted the zealous extremes of the Calvinists. To govern, she knew, was not to satisfy the loudest voices, but to hold the middle ground, to build a settlement that could endure. This was the essence of Elizabeth's burden. Every faction, every court, every foreign power demanded something of her, and yet to yield to one was to alienate the other. The Pope demanded obedience. The French demanded her throne. The Spaniards demanded alliance. The Protestants demanded reformation. The Catholics of England demanded tradition. A single misstep could ignite rebellion at home, invasion from abroad, or excommunication from the Church that still claimed authority over Christendom. Elizabeth wore the crown, but she knew it was a crown set upon shifting sands. Each decision she made would be weighed not in months, but in centuries, for she was not only shaping her reign, she was shaping the very identity of England. Would it be Catholic or Protestant, ally of Spain or enemy, sister to France or rival? Would it remain an island kingdom vulnerable to domination, or rise as an independent power with its own destiny? From the very first day of her reign, Elizabeth began her careful balancing act. She would cultivate ambiguity, never showing her full hand, always leaving room to maneuver. She smiled when praised, but revealed nothing of her true mind. She entertained suitors from across Europe, but gave her hand to none. She promised reform to Protestants and mercy to Catholics, but gave neither faction total victory. Her reign would be defined by this tightrope walk, a queen who held power not by brute force, but by calculation, patience, and the mastery of perception. The crown upon her head was heavy. It gleamed in the light of her coronation, but in its polished gold, Elizabeth saw shadows. The shadow of Rome's condemnation, of Mary Stuart's claim, of Spain's ambition, of France's scorn, of her own people's divided loyalties. It was not enough to be crowned. She must prove every day, in every act, that she was England's rightful sovereign. Her reign had begun not with triumph, but with trial. From the very moment she ascended the throne, Elizabeth Tudor found herself besieged by a question that would haunt her reign for decades. Whom would she marry? For most monarchs, marriage was a straightforward matter of dynasty and alliance. For Elizabeth, it was a trap, a battlefield strewn with peril and intrigue. Every suitor brought a promise, but also a threat, and every refusal risked alienating allies and stirring whispers of dissent. The foreign courts of Europe wasted no time. Philip II of Spain, widower of Elizabeth's sister Mary, sent envoys with carefully worded offers of alliance and marriage. His proposal was both personal and political, a union that would bind England once more to Spain, and by extension, to the Catholic cause. To accept it would be to submit the kingdom to a foreign power, to risk the ire of Protestant factions, and to invite the shadow of Philip's empire into the heart of her own authority. Elizabeth's memory of Mary's reign, the execution of Protestants, the loss of independence, made the offer almost intolerable. From France came the Valois princes, young and ambitious, eager to secure England's hand in the complex chessboard of European politics. To marry one of them would bring continental prestige, but also entangle England in foreign conflicts far from its shores. Every courtier knew that a French husband would create factions among the nobility, who would align themselves either with their queen or with foreign influence, threatening the fragile balance Elizabeth had already begun to build. Closer to home, whispers of love and loyalty swirled through the corridors of Whitehall. Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, her childhood companion and lifelong confidant, was a man whose charm and daring captured both hearts and imagination. Their friendship, forged in years of shared survival and courtly intrigue, was the subject of endless speculation. Some whispered that Elizabeth might find in him a partner both politically safe and emotionally comforting. Others warned that marriage to an English noble would fracture her court, with factions rising to challenge her authority or demand precedence for their own families. Elizabeth understood the cruel arithmetic of queenship. Marriage could secure an heir, ensure dynastic continuity, and satisfy the pressing demands of politics. Yet it also presented peril. Childbirth was dangerous, often fatal, and a queen's body was a crown of its own, one that could be leveraged or usurped. A husband, whether foreign or domestic, would inevitably wield influence, and Elizabeth could not afford to cede power. To marry was to risk her autonomy, her sovereignty, and potentially the stability of the realm itself. So Elizabeth invented a new path, one that defied convention and defied expectation. She claimed a radical solution. She would marry no man. Instead, she declared, with the weight of a monarch and the subtlety of a masterful politician, that her true husband was the kingdom of England itself. I have already joined myself in marriage to a husband, namely the kingdom of England, she proclaimed. In this declaration, Elizabeth transformed a political vulnerability into the foundation of her legend. She became the Virgin Queen, a ruler whose body belonged wholly to her people, whose authority could not be diluted by alliance or subservience, and whose image could be fashioned as both sovereign and symbol. She was free to court alliances without committing, to negotiate with foreign powers without surrendering her independence, and to wield her power without the complications of dynastic rivalry. Yet the question of marriage never truly vanished. Ambassadors continued to propose, courtiers continued to speculate, and rumors of her affection for Dudley and other suitors swirled like smoke in the corridors of Whitehall. Every appearance, every gesture, every word was scrutinized for hidden meaning. Elizabeth learned the art of ambiguity, of turning expectation to her advantage. A smile here, a refusal there, a gesture of courtesy in one direction and cold restraint in another, all carefully orchestrated to maintain suspense and control. Her Virgin Queen persona became more than political strategy. It became myth. It was a narrative that would outlast her, shaping not only her reign, but the memory of her reign for centuries. She demonstrated that a queen could be sovereign without husband, without heir, without surrender, and that her power could be absolute, elegant, and unassailable. Through this act of self-fashioning, Elizabeth did something extraordinary. She redefined what it meant to be a female monarch. Marriage, which had once threatened to imprison or subordinate her, became irrelevant. The throne, her people, and her image were enough. And in this bold invention, Elizabeth ensured that the question of love, desire, and loyalty would always serve the crown, not the other way around. Elizabeth Tudor knew instinctively what few rulers before her had ever mastered. That power was not simply wielded, it was performed. To reign was to embody majesty, to transform the fragile reality of politics into the enduring myth of monarchy. Her court, alive with spectacle, artistry, and intrigue, became the grand stage upon which her reign was acted out, day after day, year after year. The palaces of Whitehall, Hampton Court, Greenwich, and Richmond were not just royal residences. They were theaters of sovereignty. Their great halls glittered with candlelight, hung with rich tapestries, and filled with courtiers eager to bask in their queen's favor. Every entrance Elizabeth made was calculated. Every procession was choreographed. She was not merely the monarch who ruled. She was the monarch who appeared to rule with divine right, a living embodiment of order in a world threatened by chaos. The act of court life itself was ritualized. Even the simplest gesture, handing her gloves to a lady-in-waiting, addressing a visiting ambassador, or pausing before a tapestry, was loaded with meaning. Courtiers understood that to serve at Elizabeth's court was not merely to serve the state, but to participate in the performance of majesty. Elizabeth's portraits became among the most important tools of her reign. Commissioned works by Nicholas Hilliard and other artists did not simply capture her likeness. They constructed an image of ageless authority and divine virtue. In these paintings, Elizabeth never grew old. Wrinkles, blemishes, and signs of fatigue were smoothed away by careful brushstrokes. Her eyes were rendered large and commanding, her hair aflame like a halo, her gowns embroidered with symbols of purity and empire, pearls for chastity, suns for radiance, serpents for wisdom. The queen became not a woman of flesh and blood, but an idea, untouchable and eternal. This was no vanity. It was deliberate. For in an age where printed pamphlets, woodcuts, and paintings shaped public perception, Elizabeth's body became a political weapon. Her image, carefully cultivated, was a shield against doubt, against rivals, against time itself. Elizabeth's reign was a time of elaborate spectacle. Court entertainments, masks, plays, tournaments, and dances were staged not simply to amuse, but to reinforce hierarchy and loyalty. When Elizabeth entered a tilt yard to watch knights joust in her honor, she was no passive spectator. She was the radiant star, the sovereign who bestowed meaning upon the contest. Each tilt of the lance, each broken spear, was a gesture of devotion to Her Majesty. Progresses through the countryside became another form of theater. Elizabeth traveled across England, dazzling subjects in towns and noble estates. Local lords spent fortunes hosting her, erecting triumphal arches, composing speeches, and staging elaborate performances. For her subjects, these visits were moments of awe, a fleeting glimpse of majesty. For Elizabeth, they were a living proclamation that her rule was not confined to London or the court, but embraced the entire realm. Beneath the grandeur, Elizabeth relied on a circle of trusted counselors who gave substance to the image she projected. Foremost among them was William Cecil, Lord Burghley, a man of intellect, caution, and tireless devotion. Cecil guided policy with a steady hand, shaping diplomacy, law, and administration while always preserving the Queen's authority as supreme. Others, like Sir Francis Walsingham, wove webs of intelligence across Europe, ensuring threats were uncovered before they could strike. Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, walked the fine line between loyal servant and personal favorite, his very presence at court feeding both devotion and gossip. Together, these men were not masters of the crown, but instruments of Elizabeth's will, carefully managed so that no subject, however powerful, could ever eclipse the Queen herself. What Elizabeth achieved through her court was more than pageantry. It was political theater with real consequence. In a world where rival claimants lurked, where questions of religion divided households, and where foreign monarchs eyed England's throne with envy, the image of a strong, unassailable queen became the cornerstone of stability. Through her portraits, her progresses, her ceremonies, and her courtly performances, Elizabeth projected magnificence not to indulge in vanity, but to communicate power. She was the Virgin Queen, ageless and eternal, sovereign and supreme. Her court was both palace and stage, council chamber and theater, a place where politics and performance were fused into one, and as courtiers bowed, poets sang, and painters worked their brushes, all understood the deeper truth. Elizabeth was not simply a ruler. She was majesty itself. The glitter of Elizabeth's golden court masked a darker reality. Hers was a reign haunted by plots, whispers, and hidden daggers. For all her magnificence, Elizabeth lived under constant threat. Her very survival depended on vigilance, on the eyes and ears of men loyal to her crown, and on her own instinct for detecting treachery. England was not at peace with itself. The wounds left by her father's break with Rome, her brother Edward's Protestant zeal, and her sister Mary's Catholic burnings had not healed. The people were fractured. In towns and villages, in manor halls and parish churches, England was a land where neighbors eyed one another with suspicion. Elizabeth, a Protestant queen, stood at the crossroads of this division. To some, she was God's chosen defender of true faith. To others, she was a usurper, illegitimate, her mother's blood condemning her, her soul damned by her refusal to return to Rome. Every mass held in secret, every whispered sermon in a hidden chapel, was not merely an act of devotion, but a quiet act of defiance against her rule. And across the Channel, in Catholic Europe, Elizabeth was seen as a heretic queen, a temporary obstacle to be toppled. If Elizabeth was the daughter of Anne Boleyn, branded in the eyes of many as a bastard, then her cousin Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots, was the opposite, a Catholic queen with unquestioned legitimacy in the eyes of Rome. From the moment Mary fled Scotland and sought refuge in England, Elizabeth's reign acquired a living, breathing alternative monarch. To Catholic loyalists, Mary was more than a symbol. She was a rallying point, the queen they longed to see crowned in Westminster. Plots formed around Mary like moths to a flame. Nobles who chafed under Elizabeth's rule whispered of freeing her. Priests urged their congregations to pray for her restoration. Foreign powers, Spain, France, and the papacy, weighed the possibility of using her as a weapon to unseat Elizabeth. The Queen knew that as long as Mary lived, England would remain a house divided against itself. Elizabeth's answer to conspiracy was not brute force, but espionage. Under the watchful eye of Sir Francis Walsingham, her spy master, England developed one of the most sophisticated intelligence networks in Europe. Walsingham's men crept through taverns, masquerading as drunkards, listening for treasonous songs sung in hushed tones. Letters carried across borders were intercepted, opened, and resealed. Cryptographers broke codes, exposing webs of secret correspondence between English Catholics and Rome. Couriers were shadowed, priests hunted, and noble houses infiltrated. In London, the tower's walls echoed with the cries of men accused of treason. Some were guilty, others pawns in larger schemes. But the message was always the same. Elizabeth's throne was not to be touched. Her government would strike swiftly, silently, and without mercy against those who conspired in the shadows. The 1569 Northern Rebellion was among the first great tests of Elizabeth's resolve. Powerful Catholic nobles, the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, rose in open defiance, hoping to depose Elizabeth and place Mary on the throne. For weeks, northern England trembled as banners were raised and churches returned to Catholic Mass. But Elizabeth's armies crushed the rebellion, and its leaders fled or were executed. Soon after, conspiracies multiplied. The Ridolfi Plot, 1571, backed by Spain and the Pope, sought to marry Mary to the Duke of Norfolk and place her on the throne. Norfolk was executed. Mary remained under lock and key. The Throckmorton Plot, 1583, the Babington Plot, 1586, each seemed to tighten the noose. Each revealed the same chilling truth. Elizabeth was never safe. Her death was the dream of Rome, the prize of Spain, the whispered hope of Catholic England. Elizabeth bore this burden with outward calm but inward vigilance. She learned to mask her fear beneath wit and command. Her speeches rang with confidence, but her private chambers echoed with caution. Every audience with ambassadors was a battle of words, every court mask a screen for political maneuvering. She understood that assassination was as likely as invasion, that her life was measured not in years, but in days stolen from fate. And yet, in this crucible of conspiracy, Elizabeth grew harder, sharper, more formidable. Each plot revealed not her weakness, but her resilience. She outlived her rivals, crushed her enemies, and used Mary Stuart's own downfall, her execution in 1587 after the Babington Plot, to cement her power. Elizabeth's reign was one of magnificence, but it was also one of constant siege. She knew her throne was not simply a chair of gold, but a fortress wall under attack from within and without. Rumor was a weapon. Faith was a battleground. Ambition was a dagger. And yet, through spies and statecraft, through vigilance and calculated ruthlessness, she endured. The shadow of conspiracy never lifted, but neither did her crown fall. Elizabeth, the queen who walked daily beneath the threat of death, transformed peril into power, and in the end, her survival became her greatest triumph. Elizabeth's journey from a precarious claimant to an enduring sovereign was not a single moment of triumph, but a gradual metamorphosis wrought in fire and shadow. Each crisis, each betrayal, each fleeting victory etched itself upon her soul, shaping her into a monarch unlike any other in Europe. She was forged in suspicion, tested in rebellion, and refined through the art of survival. What emerged was not merely a queen who ruled by decree, but a symbol of continuity and strength, embodying both majesty and mystery. As a girl, Elizabeth learned that words could kill. When her mother, Anne Boleyn, fell, when her stepmother, Catherine Howard, was executed, and when she herself was interrogated during Mary's reign, she discovered that the wrong sentence, the wrong confession, could send her to the block. Thus, silence became her first weapon. She mastered the art of measured speech, of saying just enough to survive, but never enough to condemn herself. Questions were answered with riddles, accusations with calm denials. From youth, she cultivated the ability to cloak her thoughts, to let others wonder what she meant while revealing nothing. This discipline would become the bedrock of her monarchy. When she came to the throne, Elizabeth understood that power was as much appearance as reality. She turned court into a stage and herself into its star. Her progresses through the countryside dazzled her subjects, reminding them that their queen was both accessible and divine. Her portraits projected agelessness and authority. Her speeches, crafted with precision, left listeners believing she was both iron-willed and merciful. She learned to perform sovereignty in a way her predecessors had not. Where her sister Mary had been rigid and tragic, Elizabeth was theatrical and flexible. She turned politics into pageantry and herself into living myth. Elizabeth's reign demanded balance. Too much mercy risked rebellion. Too much severity bred martyrs. She judged when to show clemency, sparing nobles who might yet be useful, and when to wield the axe. The execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, though reluctant, was the ultimate test of this balance. To leave Mary alive was to invite perpetual conspiracy. To kill her was to risk foreign wrath. Elizabeth hesitated, delayed, agonized, and yet in the end, she chose survival over sentiment. This capacity to weigh mercy against necessity transformed her into a ruler not swayed by impulse but by strategy. She was not cruel for cruelty's sake, nor soft for pity's sake. She was calculating, deliberate, and exacting, qualities that kept her crown upon her head. Elizabeth became fluent in the most powerful tongue of monarchy, ambiguity. She never gave her enemies a firm foothold. To ambassadors pressing her to marry, she promised much, but committed to nothing. To Protestants demanding stricter reform, she offered sympathy but withheld full satisfaction. To Catholics demanding tolerance, she showed restraint but enforced loyalty. This art of keeping all sides in suspense, never alienating them entirely, never yielding completely, allowed her to hold together a realm that might otherwise have torn itself apart. Ambiguity was not weakness, it was her armor. By the 1580s, Elizabeth was no longer the cautious young woman finding her footing. She had become the Virgin Queen, a sovereign who embodied resilience itself. She wore not only a crown of gold, but one of memory, hardship, and endurance. She had survived exile in her youth, imprisonment in the Tower, rebellions in her kingdom, the threats of Mary Stuart, and the plots of Spain and Rome. Each survival was a layer of steel added to her character. Her crown was forged as much from pain as from jewels. Elizabeth's true transformation lay in this. She no longer ruled merely to survive. She ruled to endure. She turned the fragile threads of her legitimacy into the tapestry of her golden age. She was no longer the frightened princess writing careful letters to save her life, nor the hesitant queen unsure of her every decision. She became the living embodiment of England's strength, a woman who turned survival into sovereignty and peril into power. By the time she faced the storm of the Spanish Armada, Elizabeth was no longer in transformation. She was transformed, the warrior queen, the mother of her people, and the monarch who would leave a legend lasting centuries. The first decade of Elizabeth's reign was a crucible, a relentless trial of blood, faith, and survival. Few believed she would endure it. The child once branded illegitimate, the young woman shadowed by scandal and whispered plots, had now emerged as sovereign, steady, and unbroken. Her throne was not yet unassailable. Her enemies were not yet silenced. But in those early years, she performed the impossible act. She turned fragility into strength and uncertainty into a kind of majesty. The dangers of succession had haunted her from the moment of her father's death. Rivals looked upon her crown as theirs by right, and the shadow of Mary, Queen of Scots, cast long over her every triumph. Yet Elizabeth proved herself more than a survivor. Through patience, calculation, and no small measure of courage, she quieted rebellion without plunging her country into civil war, a feat no small monarch of Europe at that time could boast. Her settlement of religion, fragile though it was, gave her realm a center of gravity. Between Rome and Geneva, between papal bulls and Puritan firebrands, she drew a line that preserved the kingdom from immediate implosion. It was not a final piece, nor a perfect one, but it was enough to hold the realm together, long enough for roots to grow. And in an age where nations shattered under the weight of confessional strife, this compromise would prove revolutionary. Perhaps her greatest achievement was not simply in governance, but in the creation of herself. Elizabeth understood, instinctively and with brilliant calculation, that power did not rest in the crown alone, but in the image of monarchy. She fashioned herself not merely as a ruler, but as a symbol. The Virgin Queen, untouched and untouchable, whose body belonged not to husband nor family, but to her people and her kingdom. Through portraits, proclamations, and performances, she transformed her own flesh and blood into a kind of sacred body politic, a living emblem of England's destiny. And so by the end of her first decade, England had begun to look upon her not as a precarious claimant, but as the beating heart of their nation. She was their safeguard against tyranny, their shield against foreign invasion, their living embodiment of deliverance from the chaos of the past. The Queen had become the nation, and the nation the Queen. Her dangers were far from over. Plots yet brewed in the shadows, armies gathered across the seas, and rival claimants sharpened their claims like daggers. But Elizabeth had shown the world, and perhaps herself, that she could endure, that she could rule, and that she could bend the storm to her will. Thus the stage was set. The anxieties of succession had not vanished. The specter of rebellion had not been banished. Yet a foundation had been laid upon which something greater could rise. In the eyes of her subjects, and increasingly in the gaze of Europe, Elizabeth Tudor was no longer the vulnerable daughter of discord. She was Gloriana in the making. And from this fragile dawn would emerge what the world would remember as her golden age. When Elizabeth Tudor took the throne in November of 1558, she did not inherit a peaceful kingdom ready to rally around a new sovereign. Instead, she stepped into a land wounded, weary, and riven by decades of violent upheaval. England's crown might have rested upon her head, but its church, its very soul, was fractured beyond recognition. For nearly 30 years, religion had not been a matter of quiet faith or personal devotion, but the battlefield upon which monarchs, preachers, nobles, and ordinary men and women fought with fire and steel. Every sovereign since Henry VIII had left their mark, and each mark was a scar. Henry himself, Elizabeth's father, had torn the realm from the authority of Rome. His quarrel with Pope Clement VII over the annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon had spiraled into something far greater than a domestic crisis. The Act of Supremacy in 1534 made the English crown, rather than the papacy, the head of the national church. But Henry was never a true Protestant reformer. He defended Catholic doctrine even as he dismantled papal power. Altars still gleamed with gold, choirs still sang the Latin Mass, and priests still wore vestments rich with symbolism. For Henry, the break with Rome was political, not spiritual. Yet the seeds of Protestant reform had been planted. With Edward VI, Henry's son, those seeds burst into a fervent blaze. Edward's short reign from 1547 to 1553 turned England hard toward the radical doctrines of Geneva and Zurich. Latin services were abolished. The Book of Common Prayer in English replaced the Mass. Stone altars were smashed and replaced with wooden communion tables. Stained glass was shattered, statues toppled, and wall paintings whitewashed. What had been ornate and ancient was made stark and new. For reformers, it was the dawn of true faith. For conservatives, it was desecration. Then came Mary I, Elizabeth's elder half-sister, whose reign reversed everything once more. A devout Catholic, Mary restored England to papal obedience in 1554, re-establishing the Latin Mass and reinstituting Catholic hierarchy. But her zeal went further still. In her effort to stamp out Protestantism, she unleashed persecution of terrifying severity. Nearly 300 men and women, bishops, scholars, merchants, and even humble farmers were burned alive for refusing to renounce their beliefs. The fires at Smithfield and Oxford lit the sky with a grim warning. To defy Rome was to die. Mary earned the name Bloody Mary, and while she hoped her campaign of terror would cleanse England of heresy, it instead deepened the bitterness and spread Protestant conviction underground. And so, by the time Elizabeth ascended the throne, England had been whipped back and forth like a ship in a storm. 3 monarchs, 3 settlements, 3 starkly different visions of God and crown had left the kingdom broken. Bishops denounced each other as heretics. Parish priests fumbled between Latin and English services depending on the wind of the throne. Families themselves were divided, with husbands clinging to the new faith, while wives whispered rosaries in secret. Neighbors spied upon neighbors, ready to accuse them of heresy for a prayer said too loudly, a service skipped, or a candle lit on the wrong altar. The kingdom Elizabeth inherited was therefore not a church, but a battlefield. Every cathedral echoed with division, every village pulsed with rumor. Nobles schemed in hushed councils, some eager to restore Rome, others determined to banish Catholicism forever. The people whispered too, some in fear of more persecution, others in hope of deliverance. Would this young queen, the daughter of Anne Boleyn, restore Protestantism? Or would she reconcile with the Pope to secure her throne? Elizabeth knew the stakes could not have been higher. For her, religion was never a matter of abstract theology. It was the very foundation of her political survival. If she leaned too far toward Protestant radicalism, she risked rebellion at home and isolation abroad. If she bent toward Rome, she undermined her own legitimacy, for the Pope still declared her birth illegitimate. To rule, she had to find a way to knit together the torn fabric of her realm, to heal, or at least to contain, the wounds that ran deep into every parish, every family, and every heart. England stood at a precipice. The crown upon Elizabeth's head glittered, but it rested upon a nation of shifting loyalties and unsettled faith. Her challenge was immense: to tame the chaos, to fashion order out of division, and to bind her people together beneath one church, a church that could serve both throne and nation. Only then could Elizabeth's reign truly begin. Elizabeth's inheritance was more than a crown. It was a crucible of faith and politics, a tangle of contradictions that could have destroyed a less shrewd monarch. From the first days of her reign, she faced a dilemma that would shape not only her own destiny, but the very character of England itself: the question of religion. Elizabeth herself had been raised in a climate of shifting devotions. Under her father Henry VIII, she had witnessed the break with Rome, a political revolution masquerading as a spiritual one. She had seen altars gleam with Catholic splendor, even as the Pope's name was erased from prayers. Under her half-brother Edward VI, she had been schooled in Protestant learning, tutored in the scriptures in their English tongue, and exposed to the austere reforms that swept across Europe. Yet she had also endured the years of her half-sister Mary, when the Mass was restored and fires consumed Protestant martyrs in Smithfield and Oxford. Her own life, at several points, hung by a thread during Mary's reign, with whispers of treason and suspicion of heresy always circling her. This tumultuous upbringing left its mark. Elizabeth leaned instinctively toward Protestantism. She favored the English Bible, cherished the clarity of sermons delivered in the vernacular, and viewed the rituals of Rome with deep suspicion. But she was no zealot. Hers was a cautious, measured faith, informed less by doctrinal passion than by the realities of rule. To her, theology was inseparable from politics, and belief could not be divorced from the delicate balance of power that kept her throne intact. That balance was precarious. To lean too far toward Protestant reform would have meant alienating powerful nobles whose loyalty was still bound to Catholic tradition. It would also have risked the wrath of foreign monarchs, Philip II of Spain and the Valois kings of France, whose armies and influence could devastate her fragile reign. Yet to move in the other direction, to reconcile with Rome, was equally impossible. The Pope himself had never recognized her legitimacy. In the eyes of Rome, she was the bastard child of Anne Boleyn, born of a marriage deemed invalid, a queen whose very crown rested on sin. To kneel before the papacy would have been to renounce her birthright, to admit that she was not England's lawful ruler at all. Thus Elizabeth stood between two fires. To embrace Catholicism was to undermine her throne. To embrace radical Protestantism was to invite rebellion at home and invasion from abroad. Either choice could plunge England into civil war or foreign conquest. For Elizabeth, this was not a matter of creed, but of survival. Her personal tastes only complicated the picture. Though she leaned Protestant, she disliked the harsh iconoclasm that had swept the land under Edward VI, the smashing of stained glass, the whitewashing of holy images, the stripping of churches until they stood barren. These were acts Elizabeth found crude and destructive. She valued beauty, pageantry, and dignity in worship, believing that ceremony could elevate the spirit even if she rejected Catholic dogma. She admired music, liturgy, and the solemn rhythm of prayer. To her, faith could be austere in substance, yet rich in form. It was here that her genius revealed itself. Unlike many monarchs, Elizabeth did not bind herself wholly to one faction or another. She refused to be drawn into the extremities of belief. She would not become her brother Edward, driven by reformist zeal, nor her sister Mary, consumed by Catholic vengeance. Instead, she chose a path of balance, a careful, deliberate middle way. Her faith would be Protestant enough to secure her legitimacy and independence from Rome, yet flexible enough in practice to accommodate those who clung to old traditions. Elizabeth's dilemma, then, was never truly solved. It was managed. She understood, with a clarity that few of her contemporaries possessed, that a monarch's task was not to impose absolute truth upon a divided people, but to craft a framework broad enough to contain them. Outward conformity could preserve inward peace. Ritual could satisfy the eye, while doctrine remained ambiguous enough to avoid tearing the nation apart. This was Elizabeth's tightrope: to maintain her supremacy without inflaming rebellion, to foster unity without demanding uniformity of soul. It was a dangerous balancing act, one that required both nerve and subtlety. But in walking it, she preserved not only her crown, but the stability of her realm. When Elizabeth ascended the throne in November 1558, she inherited not only the crown, but also a kingdom fractured at its very core. England had endured 2 decades of violent swings between Catholic and Protestant regimes. Henry VIII's schism with Rome, Edward VI's radical Protestant reforms, and Mary I's return to Catholic orthodoxy, with her burnings of heretics leaving charred scars on the national memory. By the time Elizabeth came to power, her people were weary of constant upheaval, fearful of the knock on the door that might summon them to the stake, and uncertain of what creed the crown would demand next. Elizabeth's challenge was immense. She had to heal her people's divisions without appearing weak, to satisfy foreign powers without submitting to them, and to craft a church that reflected her own Protestant leanings, yet did not provoke rebellion from her Catholic subjects. In her very first Parliament of 1559, she and her trusted advisers, notably Sir William Cecil, set about the delicate, dangerous work of establishing what would become known as the Elizabethan religious settlement. The first pillar of this settlement was the Act of Supremacy. This law restored the break with Rome that Mary had undone, and once again placed England's church under the crown's authority. Yet Elizabeth's approach was far more cautious than her father's. Henry VIII had arrogantly declared himself supreme head of the Church of England, a title that drew unease even from reformers who believed that Christ alone should be head of the Church universal. Elizabeth chose a subtler path. She styled herself instead as Supreme Governor of the Church of England. This was not mere semantics. The title governor was a masterstroke of political sensitivity. It asserted her authority firmly without encroaching upon sacred territory that might offend sincere believers. It allowed Protestants to accept her leadership without feeling that she usurped Christ's divine role, while Catholics who remained loyal to the monarchy could more easily reconcile their allegiance. The act required all clergy and royal officials to swear an oath of supremacy, acknowledging Elizabeth's authority over the English Church. Refusal brought severe penalties. Lesser defiance meant losing office or imprisonment. Persistent rejection could lead to execution. Though Elizabeth preferred not to spill blood over conscience, the law made her supremacy clear. Loyalty to the Pope was now disloyalty to the crown. The second pillar was the Act of Uniformity, which aimed at bringing unity in worship. Under its provisions, all churches in England were required to use a revised version of the Book of Common Prayer, first compiled under Edward VI. The services were to be conducted in English, not Latin, ensuring that the scriptures and prayers could be understood by the ordinary worshipper. Attendance at church became compulsory, with absentees fined a shilling for each missed service, a penalty heavy enough to pressure compliance, yet not so ruinous as to spark mass rebellion. This was Elizabeth's way of compelling outward conformity without prying too deeply into private faith. She sought unity in practice, not uniformity in belief. Most brilliant of all was the careful ambiguity Elizabeth introduced into the wording of the Holy Communion. The prayer book contained a phrase that could be interpreted by both Catholics and Protestants: "The body of Christ, which is given for thee." To a Catholic, the words could be taken literally, affirming the doctrine of transubstantiation. To a Protestant, they could signify a spiritual presence, not a physical one. By weaving such deliberate vagueness into law, Elizabeth allowed both sides to hear what they wished, preserving peace while avoiding open doctrinal warfare. The genius of Elizabeth's settlement lay in its moderation. The Church of England was firmly Protestant in its structure and loyalty. The Pope had no authority, the Bible and liturgy were in English, and the monarch was supreme. Yet Elizabeth permitted a measure of Catholic ritual and beauty to remain. Churches retained candles, music, and vestments. Altars were replaced with simpler communion tables, But worship did not become barren or joyless. Elizabeth herself loved the pageantry of religion, the music of choirs, the solemn rhythm of prayers, the dignity of vestments, and she insisted that the new church reflect this. The stripped austerity that Calvinist reformers demanded was not to her taste. In this settlement, Elizabeth sought to draw a broad circle around her people, encompassing as many as possible within a national church. The extremes were excluded: ardent papists who refused her authority, and radical Puritans who rejected every trace of tradition. But between these poles lay a wide middle ground, and it was here that Elizabeth anchored her realm. The settlement of 1559 did not resolve every tension, nor did it silence opposition. Catholics continued to hope for Elizabeth's overthrow, while Puritans would spend decades agitating for further reform. Yet the foundation laid in these early years endured. The Church of England became neither fully Protestant nor fully Catholic, but uniquely its own, a compromised church for a fractured nation. Elizabeth's moderation proved not weakness, but strength. By resisting extremism and insisting on a pragmatic balance, she preserved her throne and gave England decades of relative stability in faith. The people could at last pray in peace, without the constant fear that the next monarch's whim would send them to the stake. This, perhaps more than any battle or political alliance, was Elizabeth's greatest achievement. She crafted a national identity rooted not in rigid uniformity, but in the art of compromise. Her church settlement was not just an act of governance. It was a declaration that England would follow its own path, independent of Rome, independent of Geneva, guided by a queen who understood that survival depended upon flexibility. The Elizabethan settlement of 1559, though carefully constructed to hold a fragile nation together, did not bring universal peace. Its reception at home was as divided as the country it sought to govern. For some, it was a relief, an end to the uncertainty of swinging doctrines and the threat of fire and stake. For others, it was a betrayal, a compromise too far, or not far enough. The fiercest opposition came from the Catholic hierarchy. Nearly all of the Marian bishops, those who had flourished under Elizabeth's half-sister Mary I, refused to take the oath of supremacy, which required them to recognize Elizabeth as supreme governor of the Church of England. To them, allegiance to the Pope was inseparable from allegiance to God. To acknowledge Elizabeth's authority over the Church was to deny Rome, and that was unthinkable. Elizabeth resolute removed them from their sees. Loyal Protestants were installed in their place, men who understood the delicate balance Elizabeth demanded, yet were willing to uphold her supremacy. This sudden purge of bishops left deep scars. For the devoutly Catholic, it was proof that the true church had been uprooted once more. Some priests adapted, outwardly conforming while maintaining Catholic sympathies. Others withdrew into secrecy, conducting clandestine masses in private homes, often in the dead of night. Families built hidden chapels and concealed priest holes within manor houses, a silent war of survival that would endure throughout Elizabeth's reign. These recusants, those who refused to attend Anglican services, became a quiet but persistent thorn in Elizabeth's side. Though fines for non-attendance were relatively small at first, they symbolized the growing distance between crown and conscience. For many Catholic gentry, loyalty to Elizabeth as queen was not in question, but loyalty to her church was another matter. Thus began the long Elizabethan struggle with recusancy, a struggle that would one day turn deadly when loyalty to Rome became synonymous with disloyalty to the monarch. Yet even among Protestants, the settlement stirred discontent. The more radical reformers, soon to be known as Puritans, were dissatisfied with Elizabeth's middle way. They wanted a church stripped bare of what they considered the lingering trappings of Rome. Vestments, candles, crucifixes, the solemn rhythm of liturgy. To them, these were not harmless ceremonies, but dangerous symbols of idolatry. They looked to Geneva, where John Calvin's theology had produced a stark, disciplined faith focused on preaching, simplicity, and strict morality. To such reformers, Elizabeth's church looked perilously half-hearted. Her tolerance of music, vestments, and ritual seemed a betrayal of true reformation. They would spend decades agitating for further changes, pressing the Queen and Parliament to rid the Church of popish remnants. Elizabeth, however, remained steadfast. She valued order and unity above theological purity. She had no intention of remaking her church to please every zealot. Her vision was national stability, not doctrinal extremism. The Queen's personal stance on these disputes was famously pragmatic. She is said to have declared, "I have no desire to make windows into men's souls." What she meant was simple, yet profound. She cared little for what her subjects believed privately, so long as they conformed outwardly to the laws of her realm. Attendance at the state church was compulsory, not as a matter of spiritual policing, but as an act of civic loyalty. What a man whispered in prayer at his bedside, or cherished in the hidden chambers of his conscience, was not the crown's concern. This was a revolutionary approach for the age. In an era when kings and queens across Europe burned, executed, or exiled those who worshipped differently, Elizabeth chose the path of pragmatism. Her settlement demanded obedience in public, but left space for ambiguity in private. It was less about saving souls than about preserving order. Yet beneath this outward conformity, the kingdom remained uneasy. Catholics nurtured their rites in secret, whispering Latin prayers in the dark. Puritans preached fiery sermons about cleansing the church of corruption. Both groups bided their time, certain that compromise could not endure forever. The settlement of 1559 had bought Elizabeth peace in the present, but it also planted the seeds of future conflict, seeds that would one day sprout into plots, persecutions, and the very survival of the crown itself. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 was not merely a domestic compromise. It was a statement to the wider world. From the moment Parliament confirmed the acts of supremacy and uniformity, ripples spread across Europe, unsettling allies, enraging enemies, and reshaping England's place in a continent gripped by the wars of faith. At first, Rome's reaction was wary but not immediate. The papacy, under Pope Pius IV, had not yet resolved how to deal with the young queen. To some in Rome, Elizabeth was still a monarch untested, perhaps a temporary interruption before England might return to Catholic obedience. The Pope refrained, for the time being, from the ultimate weapon, excommunication. To cast her out of the church officially would be to declare her subjects absolved from loyalty to their queen, a step that could invite open rebellion. Yet suspicion ran deep. Elizabeth's very legitimacy was an affront to Rome. She was the daughter of Anne Boleyn, whose marriage to Henry VIII had been declared null and void. To recognize her as lawful queen would have been to condone her father's defiance and her mother's heresy. Thus Elizabeth lived in a precarious twilight, not yet formally cursed by the Church, yet never embraced as a rightful Christian monarch. The papal thunderbolt would fall in 1570, when Pope Pius V issued Regnans in Excelsis, declaring Elizabeth excommunicated and urging her subjects to rise against her. But even in the 1560s, the shadow of Rome loomed. Across Europe, the great Catholic powers, Spain and France, regarded Elizabeth with suspicion, unease, and calculation. Spain, under King Philip II, was perhaps the most conflicted. Philip had been Mary Tudor's husband and England's king consort. He had hoped to keep England Catholic through her. But Mary's death ended that dream. Strangely, at the start of Elizabeth's reign, Philip even offered her marriage, not out of romance, but out of strategy. By uniting himself with Elizabeth, he might keep England within Rome's orbit and secure an ally against French aggression. Elizabeth, clever as always, entertained his proposal but never accepted it. She used his interest as a shield against hasty confrontation, all while consolidating her power at home. France posed another danger. Catholic France, still a major player in European politics, harbored ambitions in Scotland through Mary Stuart, the Queen of Scots, a Catholic claimant to Elizabeth's throne with strong ties to the French court. To many in Europe, Mary's claim was stronger than Elizabeth's, untainted by the stain of Henry VIII's broken marriage. France thus became the natural center of Catholic plots against Elizabeth, a constant reminder that legitimacy and power could at any moment be challenged by foreign armies. If Elizabeth's England seemed suspect to Catholics, to Protestants she became a surprising beacon of hope. Refugees fleeing Catholic persecution on the continent, from Spain, the Low Countries, France, and the German states, began arriving in London and other English towns. They brought with them stories of martyrdom and oppression, tales of inquisitions and burnings that inflamed English Protestant identity. For Protestants in Geneva, Zurich, and Wittenberg, Elizabeth represented a remarkable experiment, a Protestant queen ruling a powerful kingdom. Her very gender fascinated Europe. In an age when monarchs were assumed to be men, Elizabeth's reign offered a paradox. A female sovereign who wielded authority with the strength and cunning of her male counterparts, yet styled herself as the Virgin Queen, wedded to her country and God alone. To some she was admired as a Deborah, the biblical judge who led Israel with wisdom and courage. To others she was derided as an anomaly, an unnatural ruler who challenged traditional gender and spiritual order. Yet whatever Europe thought of her, they could not ignore her. Elizabeth stood at the intersection of faith and politics, commanding attention from friend and foe alike. Elizabeth's genius lay in her ability to navigate these treacherous waters. She avoided committing England too firmly to either Catholic or Protestant alliances abroad. She reassured Spain just enough to delay conflict, flirted with marriage proposals to buy time, and kept France guessing about her intentions in Scotland. Meanwhile, she welcomed Protestant refugees, strengthening her kingdom's intellectual and economic life, while carefully reining in radical reformers to avoid provoking Catholic outrage. Every gesture was calculated. Every diplomatic move was designed to preserve England's independence. Elizabeth's settlement had defined her religious policy at home, but its consequences abroad required a performance of equal subtlety, a balancing act of survival on the stage of Europe. Thus, in the first decade of Elizabeth's reign, England became a land under constant scrutiny. Catholic monarchs regarded it as a rebellious child of Rome, perhaps ripe for correction. Protestant states looked on with hope, eager for an ally but uncertain whether Elizabeth's moderation made her strong or weak. And all the while, Elizabeth herself stood at the center, neither fully embraced nor fully condemned, a queen ruling a kingdom on the fault line of Christendom. Her religious settlement, far from ending controversy, had placed her in the crosshairs of Europe's greatest powers. But it had also given her an identity. Elizabeth, the Protestant queen who would not bow to Rome, nor surrender her realm to foreign kings. The Elizabethan settlement was not merely a series of parliamentary acts. It was an act of survival, an act of invention, and an act of audacity. When Elizabeth took the throne in 1558, England was a realm scarred by the whiplash of religious revolution. Her father, Henry VIII, had torn England from Rome. Her half-brother, Edward VI, had driven the country deep into Protestant reform. Her half-sister, Mary I, had tried to drag it back to Catholic obedience through fire and blood. By the time Elizabeth wore the crown, her people were weary, divided, and suspicious. To impose a new vision too harshly might have torn the kingdom apart. To do nothing would leave her vulnerable to foreign threats and internal rebellion. Elizabeth's solution was neither accident nor weakness. It was deliberate design. She crafted what became known as the Elizabethan settlement, a path that did not force her subjects into absolute conformity with Rome or with Geneva. Instead, she offered what she famously called a middle way. This middle way was pragmatic in its politics, cautious in its theology, but visionary in its implications. The Act of Supremacy of 1559 restored the crown's authority over the Church. But Elizabeth softened its language, taking the title Supreme Governor rather than Supreme Head, a subtle gesture that allowed traditionalists to stomach royal supremacy while avoiding accusations of blasphemy. The Act of Uniformity enforced the use of the Book of Common Prayer, but its liturgy was carefully revised, stripped of the most offensive Protestant polemics, yet still denying papal authority. The result was a service in English, familiar enough to Protestants, and ritualistic enough to soothe Catholics who longed for ceremony. But these acts were not the end. They were the beginning of a delicate experiment. The Church of England became broad, intentionally ambiguous in doctrine, and flexible in practice. In Elizabeth's words and policies, there was space for kneeling, for candles, for music, for vestments, traditions that spoke to the heart of Catholic devotion. And yet there was also the English Bible, the vernacular liturgy, and the rejection of Rome that satisfied the Protestant conscience. To her critics, this was compromise. To her allies, it was genius. By enforcing outward conformity through law, Elizabeth gave her realm the appearance of unity, while in private she declared she would not make windows into men's souls. She understood what her more zealous advisers did not. England's survival depended less on purity than on stability. The settlement was fragile. Beneath its calm surface, recusant Catholics clung to the old faith in secret, while Puritans grumbled that Elizabeth had not gone far enough. But even as these tensions simmered, Elizabeth had accomplished something extraordinary. She had laid a foundation strong enough to weather rebellion, papal excommunication, and even the threat of foreign invasion. Over time, what began as an act of political necessity became the seed of a new religious identity. Anglicanism, with its reverence for Scripture, its respect for tradition, and its embrace of moderation, took root as England's national faith. Elizabeth had not solved the problem of religious division. She had redefined it. She gave her people a church that was not wholly Protestant, not wholly Catholic, but distinctly English. And so the middle way outlived her reign. What her subjects first saw as compromise became, in time, a proud inheritance. It was not only a church settlement, but a cultural settlement, a way of seeing the world, of valuing tolerance over dogma, ritual over extremism, and unity over division. It was the fragile peace that allowed England to stand strong against the storms of Europe, and it became one of Elizabeth's most enduring legacies. The Elizabethan settlement was never perfect, and it was never complete. But in its balance of rigidity and flexibility, power and concession, faith and politics, it created something rare in the 16th century, a nation that could stand together, however uneasily, under one crown, one prayer book, and one queen. The Elizabethan settlement was never a perfect solution, nor was it a permanent cure for England's wounds. Yet, in its imperfection, lay its strength. Elizabeth did not attempt to erase the past. She learned from it. Where Henry VIII had wielded religion as a weapon of tyranny, Elizabeth tempered it with restraint. Where Edward VI had demanded a purity that fractured his people, Elizabeth chose flexibility. Where Mary I had sought unity through fear and fire, Elizabeth sought stability through compromise and ritual. Her decision to stand as Supreme Governor of the Church of England was not only an act of statecraft, it was an act of survival. By securing her supremacy, she defended her throne against the papacy's claim that she was illegitimate. By enforcing outward uniformity through the Book of Common Prayer, she gave her people a common language of worship, even if their private souls remained divided. And by leaving room for ambiguity in the placement of candles, in the use of vestments, in the words left deliberately vague, she ensured that England would not collapse into the kind of brutal religious wars tearing apart France, or the persecutions that scarred Spain and the Low Countries. This was Elizabeth's genius, not to impose a rigid creed, but to craft a space in which her kingdom could breathe. The settlement was a carefully constructed stage set, a performance of unity that allowed her people to imagine themselves as one even when they were not. In this way, religion ceased to be the weapon of destruction it had been under her siblings. Instead, it became the quiet backdrop against which she could script a new kind of monarchy, one where power was exercised not only through law and force, but through image, ritual, and the slow weaving of consensus. The settlement gave birth to something unprecedented, a church that was uniquely English. Neither Catholic nor wholly Protestant, it drew strength from its ambiguity. To reticent Catholics, it preserved faint echoes of tradition that made outward compliance bearable. To Protestants, it held enough of scripture and reform to assure them of progress. To Elizabeth, it offered the stability that made her reign possible. Over time, this middle way evolved into something more than compromise. It became identity. Anglicanism, with its mixture of prayer book liturgy, episcopal authority, and tolerance for ritual, became not merely a religion but a culture, a mark of Englishness itself. The political consequences were profound. By moderating extremes, Elizabeth robbed her enemies of easy rallying cries. No longer could rebels simply invoke Catholic martyrdom or Protestant purity as a banner under which to unite. Instead, opposition fragmented, forced into shadows and whispers, while the crown retained the stage. The settlement gave Elizabeth time to consolidate power, time to strengthen her government, and time to project England's voice into the wider world. And yet, the settlement was not without seeds of discord. Catholic recusants would continue to resist in secret, sheltering priests and hearing Mass in hidden chambers. Puritans, unsatisfied with compromise, would agitate for deeper reform, planting the ideas that would one day fuel civil war. But for Elizabeth's lifetime, the settlement held. Its endurance was not a sign of perfect agreement, but of careful management. Elizabeth ruled like a conductor of discordant instruments, coaxing harmony where there should have been only cacophony. This then was her legacy, a monarchy secured not through force alone, but through balance, ambiguity, and imagination. The Elizabethan settlement endured beyond her reign, shaping the spiritual and political landscape of England for centuries. What began as a precarious compromise became a national identity, a foundation upon which England could weather the storms of empire, reformation, and rebellion. The daughter of discord had given birth to something new, a monarchy that could endure and a church that could unite, not by demanding purity, but by embracing complexity. In a century drenched in blood over faith, Elizabeth achieved the rarest victory of all, not triumph through war, but survival through wisdom. Elizabeth I's reign was shaped as much by the personalities around her as by the sweeping political and religious upheavals of her time. The court she built was not a mere administrative body. It was a stage, alive with ceremony, rivalry, passion, and ambition. It was a living theater where every glance, every whisper, and every smile could alter the balance of power. At the very heart of this dazzling and perilous world stood Elizabeth herself, commanding, elusive, and perpetually the focus of attention. The Elizabethan court differed profoundly from the grand and solemn courts of Europe. Spain's Escorial radiated austere majesty, while the French court dazzled with inherited splendor. Elizabeth's court was smaller, more theatrical, yet no less potent. Its glamour did not arise from gilded palaces alone, but from the Queen's presence, from her carefully curated image, her wit, her charisma, and her ability to enthrall. For Elizabeth, the court was not a backdrop to power. It was power itself, a living mechanism through which she bound the nobility to her service, dazzled ambassadors with pageantry, and reminded England, and the world, that its monarch was no ordinary ruler. Every aspect of Elizabeth's court was choreographed. The Queen understood that politics often depended less on decrees and documents than on perception and performance. She turned her presence into a kind of political theater. When she appeared in shimmering gowns embroidered with pearls, when she delivered fiery speeches to her courtiers, or when she danced in the candlelit halls of Whitehall, she was not indulging in vanity. She was reminding those around her, nobles, commoners, and foreign emissaries alike, that the monarch of England was larger than life, a figure set apart by divine right and personal brilliance. Ceremony, too, was essential. Courtiers competed for the smallest signs of favor, the right to hold her train, to serve at her table, or to linger in her presence. These were not empty honors. They were the currency of advancement. A smile could make a man's fortune. A frown could ruin him. The court became a marketplace of ambition where loyalty was performed, and where Elizabeth, by withholding or granting her favor, controlled the fates of England's most powerful men. But above all, one question haunted the court for decades. Would Elizabeth marry? From the first years of her reign, her unmarried status dominated every council debate, every diplomatic negotiation, and every ambassador's report to his king. Marriage was not a private matter for a queen. It was a political tool, a national concern, and a source of both hope and anxiety. Suitors lined up across Europe. The Archduke Charles of Austria promised Catholic support. The Duke of Anjou, the younger brother of the French king, offered the possibility of peace and alliance. In earlier years, even Philip II of Spain, widower of her half-sister Mary, entertained the notion of wedding Elizabeth. Each proposal carried immense consequences. Each was debated furiously by the Privy Council, the Parliament, and the people. But Elizabeth never married. Instead, she wielded the possibility of marriage as a diplomatic weapon. By keeping foreign princes hopeful, she extracted concessions and delayed hostilities. By keeping her own people uncertain, she forced loyalty upon her council, for none could guess who might one day be the King of England. Her body became a political frontier, desired, debated, and scrutinized, yet never surrendered. If Elizabeth denied herself a husband, she did not deny herself companions. The court became a place of favorites, men whose charm, loyalty, and ambition brought them into the Queen's inner circle. Yet to be favored by Elizabeth was to stand upon a precipice. Her affection could elevate a man to dazzling heights, but her displeasure could cast him into ruin. The most famous of her favorites was Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Handsome, daring, and devoted, he was Elizabeth's childhood friend, and perhaps the only man she ever truly loved. Rumors of romance swirled around them, scandalized further when Dudley's wife Amy Robsart died in mysterious circumstances. Though Elizabeth never married him, his intimacy with the Queen sparked endless speculation. Leicester's influence was immense, yet it was also fragile, subject to the Queen's moods and the envy of rivals. Other favorites rose in turn. Sir Christopher Hatton, a courtier known for his gallantry and devotion, earned Elizabeth's trust through loyalty and charm. Sir Walter Raleigh dazzled with his voyages of exploration and his poetic wit, but his secret marriage behind the Queen's back led to his fall from grace. The most dramatic favorite of all was Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex. Brave, reckless, and fiery, he believed himself indispensable to the Queen, until his arrogance led him to rebellion and execution. These favorites were more than companions. They were instruments in Elizabeth's choreography of power. She elevated them to keep rival factions balanced, to test loyalty, and to ensure that no single noble grew too powerful. They were not lovers in the conventional sense, nor equals, but symbols of her ability to command loyalty and inspire devotion. The politics of Elizabeth's court were never safe. Behind the pageantry lurked whispers, rivalries, and betrayals. Nobles formed factions, ambassadors spread rumors, and spies reported every murmur of dissent. The Queen's unmarried state fueled endless speculation. Who would succeed her? Would she name an heir? Or would her death plunge England into chaos? This uncertainty was both dangerous and deliberate. Elizabeth refused to name a successor, believing that any heir would become a rival while she lived. Instead, she allowed the uncertainty to fester, keeping her court on edge and ensuring that loyalty to her remained the only safe course. Over time, Elizabeth transformed her refusal to marry into a weapon of myth. She embraced the title of the Virgin Queen, presenting herself not as a woman deprived of marriage, but as a sovereign consecrated to her people and her realm. She became a symbol of purity, strength, and divine favor. Poets compared her to goddesses, artists painted her as timeless and eternal, and courtiers spoke of her as married not to a man, but to England itself. This myth was not accidental. It was carefully crafted and fiercely guarded. By embodying the Virgin Queen, Elizabeth turned what had once been seen as weakness, her singleness, into the cornerstone of her authority. Her body was untouchable, her loyalty indivisible, her reign unchallenged by the compromises of wedlock. Elizabeth's court was not only a stage for politics and personal drama, it was also a crucible where the cultural and intellectual energies of the Renaissance converged. Playwrights like Shakespeare, poets like Edmund Spenser, explorers like Francis Drake and Walter Raleigh, all thrived in the orbit of the Queen. To win her recognition was to secure fame and fortune. To fall from her favor was to risk oblivion. Here, genius was rewarded, loyalty tested, and ambition sharpened to a knife's edge. The court became the heart of the Elizabethan Golden Age, a place where art, literature, exploration, and politics intertwined. Yet beneath its brilliance lay danger. For those who miscalculated, the Queen's court was no glittering stage but a trap, where arrogance, impatience, or disloyalty could end in disgrace, or even death. In the theater of Elizabeth's court, nothing was simple. Marriage was not the union of hearts, but the language of diplomacy. Intrigue was not the shadow of power, but its very substance. And Elizabeth herself, solitary, commanding, and enigmatic, remained the star of the stage. She never surrendered her autonomy to a husband. She never allowed her court to master her. Instead, she mastered them all. Through charm, calculation, and ruthless intelligence, Elizabeth turned her court into both weapon and shield. It was a world of brilliance and danger, where the Queen's favor was worth more than gold, and her disfavor could destroy the proudest noble. In her hands, the politics of love became the politics of empire, and the story of her court remains one of the most fascinating dramas of her extraordinary reign. In the grand tapestry of Elizabeth's reign, few figures loom as dangerously and as dramatically as Mary, Queen of Scots. To Elizabeth's Protestant government, Mary was more than a cousin and fellow queen. She was a living embodiment of Catholic legitimacy, a rallying point for discontented nobles, and a potential replacement for Elizabeth herself. Mary's presence in England created a paradox. She was both a guest and a prisoner, a woman Elizabeth could not kill but could not release. For nearly 2 decades, Mary's shadow darkened Elizabeth's throne. Mary Stuart was born into privilege and destiny. Crowned Queen of Scotland as an infant, she spent her early years in the glittering courts of France, raised to be both monarch and consort. At 16, she was Queen Consort of France, wife to Francis II. Her beauty, her refinement, and her royal bloodline made her a dazzling figure in the politics of Europe. Elizabeth, by contrast, had been declared illegitimate in childhood, imprisoned during her sister's reign, and only reluctantly accepted as queen in 1558. Where Mary's youth was surrounded by splendor, Elizabeth's was defined by caution and danger. Yet by the mid-1560s, fortune had reversed their roles. Elizabeth reigned securely in England, unmarried and childless, while Mary returned widowed to a turbulent Scotland, a queen without allies, surrounded by treachery, and watched carefully by her Protestant cousin across the border. Mary's threat lay not simply in her existence, but in her bloodline. As the granddaughter of Henry VIII's elder sister, Margaret Tudor, Mary was viewed by many Catholics as the rightful heir to the English throne. To Catholic Europe, Elizabeth was illegitimate, the bastard daughter of Anne Boleyn. To them, Mary was the lawful, God-ordained sovereign of England. This claim was not theoretical. From the papacy in Rome to the Catholic courts of Spain and France, whispers circulated. Could Mary replace Elizabeth? Could England be restored to the Catholic faith? These whispers grew louder when Mary bore a son, James, in 1567. Suddenly, there was not only a Catholic rival queen, but also a male heir, young and malleable, around whom rebellions could be organized. Mary's personal life became her political undoing. Her second marriage to Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, began with promise but quickly descended into violence and betrayal. Darnley proved arrogant, ambitious, and untrustworthy. When he was found murdered at Kirkfield in 1567, suspicion fell on Mary and her ally, the Earl of Bothwell, whom she scandalously married soon after. The Scottish nobility revolted, deposing Mary and forcing her into imprisonment. Escaping from captivity, Mary fled across the border into England in 1568, seeking Elizabeth's protection. It was a desperate gamble, one that would entangle the two queens in a deadly rivalry. Elizabeth's dilemma was immense. To aid Mary was to risk empowering a rival. To execute her was to shed royal blood, a precedent that could haunt Elizabeth's own monarchy. So Elizabeth chose a middle path. Mary would be kept under house arrest, not in dungeons, but in stately castles and manor houses, watched closely by guards and hosts loyal to Elizabeth. Yet imprisonment only heightened Mary's aura. To Catholics, she became a martyr in waiting, a queen unjustly imprisoned by her heretic cousin. Plots began to multiply. The Northern Rebellion of 1569, the Ridolfi Plot of 1571, and others, each with the aim of freeing Mary, dethroning Elizabeth, and restoring Catholicism. Elizabeth's spymaster, Sir Francis Walsingham, built an unparalleled intelligence network to counter these threats. Letters were intercepted, codes were broken, and plots were uncovered before they could bloom. But Mary herself, isolated and desperate, became entangled in conspiracy. The Babington Plot of 1586 was her undoing. In letters intercepted by Walsingham, Mary appeared to sanction Elizabeth's assassination and her own liberation. Whether she wrote with full knowledge or was trapped by entrapment remains debated. What mattered was perception. Elizabeth finally had the evidence she needed. In October 1586, Mary was placed on trial for treason at Fotheringhay Castle. It was an extraordinary spectacle, a queen judged by the subjects of another queen. Dignified and defiant, Mary argued that she was no subject of Elizabeth's and could not be guilty of treason. But the verdict was never in doubt. She was condemned to death. Elizabeth hesitated for months. To sign Mary's death warrant was to kill her cousin, to kill a queen, and to break a sacred bond of monarchy. Yet pressure mounted. Parliament demanded action, Walsingham urged decisiveness, and Elizabeth's counselors warned that as long as Mary lived, Elizabeth's throne was endangered. On the 8th of February 1587, Mary was led to the Great Hall at Fotheringhay. Dressed in crimson, the color of Catholic martyrdom, she walked with composure, a crucifix in her hands, prayers on her lips. In one stroke, the axe fell, ending her life, but beginning her legend. Mary's execution shocked Europe. To Catholics, she was a saintly martyr. To Protestants, she was proof of Elizabeth's strength. For Elizabeth herself, it was a decision that haunted her for the rest of her reign. She had rid herself of her rival, but at a terrible moral cost. Mary, Queen of Scots, never ruled England. Yet her presence defined much of Elizabeth's reign. She was the rival who forced Elizabeth to sharpen her diplomacy, the prisoner who tested her conscience, and the martyr whose death reverberated across Europe. Mary's son, James VI of Scotland, would one day inherit Elizabeth's throne, uniting the crowns of England and Scotland. In death, Mary achieved what she could not in life. She became the mother of the next dynasty. And Elizabeth, though triumphant, would forever remain in her cousin's shadow, haunted by the threat Mary had posed and by the blood that sealed England's fate. The summer of 1588 marked the greatest test of Elizabeth's reign. For decades, she had walked a tightrope, balancing between Catholic and Protestant powers, delaying wars, and using diplomacy as her shield. But now the moment had come when no words, no marriages, no treaties could avert the storm. Spain, the mightiest empire in the world, was sending its armada against England. This was more than a war of ships and soldiers. It was a war of faith, destiny, and survival. If Spain triumphed, Elizabeth would lose her crown, her people would lose their freedom, and England would be dragged back under Catholic rule. If England triumphed, the island nation would secure not only its independence, but its place in history as the rising power of Europe. The roots of conflict stretched back decades. Elizabeth's break with Rome and the Elizabethan religious settlement had made her a heretic in Catholic eyes. The excommunication issued by Pope Pius V declared her deposed, inviting all Catholic princes to overthrow her. Philip II of Spain, the widower of Elizabeth's sister Mary, had once entertained the idea of marrying Elizabeth. But those days were long gone. Spain, the defender of Catholic orthodoxy, had clashed repeatedly with England. English privateers like Francis Drake harassed Spanish treasure fleets, plundering gold and silver from the New World. English support for Protestant rebels in the Netherlands undermined Spain's dominion in Europe. And most recently, the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, in 1587, had given Philip both motive and pretext. To avenge her death and restore Catholic rule in England, Philip prepared for holy war. Philip's vision was grand. He assembled a fleet of 130 ships, manned by nearly 30,000 men, soldiers, sailors, and priests. The Armada was to sail through the English Channel, rendezvous with the Duke of Parma's forces in the Netherlands, and deliver an invasion army upon England's shores. England, by contrast, had fewer resources. Its navy was smaller, its armies less experienced. But what it lacked in numbers, it made up in strategy. Sir Francis Drake and other commanders emphasized maneuverable galleons, long-range cannons, and hit-and-run tactics. England's strength lay not in brute force, but in speed, firepower, and cunning. As the Spanish Armada gathered, Elizabeth's court prepared for the worst. Beacons were readied along the coasts, militias raised, and prayers offered in every parish. For Elizabeth, it was not merely a question of war, it was a question of survival. In May 1588, the Armada sailed from Lisbon, a majestic sight. Towering ships adorned with banners, crosses, and the confidence of a holy mission. Yet storms scattered them before they reached the Channel, a portent of the trials to come. When the Armada finally arrived off the coast of England in late July, fires were lit along the shoreline. From Cornwall to London, beacons blazed, spreading the alarm. The enemy is here. The English Navy, led by Lord Charles Howard of Effingham and Sir Francis Drake, harassed the Armada in a running battle up the Channel. The English ships darted in, unleashed broadsides, and retreated before the Spaniards could respond. At Plymouth, the English cleverly stole the wind, forcing the Armada into defensive positions. At Calais, Drake launched fireships. Old vessels set ablaze and sent drifting into the anchored Spanish fleet. Panic erupted. The Armada scattered, breaking its tight formation. On 29th of July, 1588, the decisive clash occurred off Gravelines. Here, English cannon fire thundered against the Spanish ships. Heavier and less maneuverable, the Spanish vessels struggled to close the distance. The English advantage in long-range gunnery proved decisive. The Armada suffered heavy losses, and was forced to retreat into the North Sea. Yet it was not English fire alone that doomed the Armada. Winds and storms drove the Spaniards northward, away from their intended rendezvous. Chased around Scotland and Ireland, battered by gales and wrecked upon rocky coasts, the once mighty Armada was broken. Only half its ships limped home to Spain. While the navy fought at sea, Elizabeth rallied her people on land. At Tilbury, where troops gathered to repel a possible invasion, she appeared on horseback, clad in a white gown with a silver breastplate. Her words became immortal. "I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too." Her presence transformed fear into courage, uniting nobles and commoners alike in defense of their realm. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was more than a military victory. It was a triumph of national identity. England had withstood the greatest power in Europe. Elizabeth's reign was secured, her image as a divinely protected monarch reinforced. Spain remained a formidable empire, but its aura of invincibility was shattered. For England, the victory ignited a sense of destiny, a belief that the island kingdom, small in size but great in spirit, was chosen to stand against tyranny and to expand across seas. Elizabeth was hailed not only as queen, but as a savior of her people. The Armada became the defining moment of her reign, the event that transformed her from a cautious ruler into a legendary monarch. The defeat of the Armada was not the end of conflict. Spain and England would clash again. Yet 1588 marked the turning point. England had endured, Elizabeth had triumphed, and the myth of the Virgin Queen was forever linked to the deliverance of her people. It was a victory not of wealth or numbers, but of resilience, strategy, and faith. And in that moment, the fate of England changed. From a vulnerable island threatened by conquest to a rising power destined for empire. The year was 1588. The world trembled with the clash of empires and the thunder of faith. Across the coasts of northern Europe, the carcasses of shattered ships lay strewn like broken giants, their splintered masts jutting from the waters like bones of the defeated. The mighty Spanish Armada, the invincible fleet that had promised to bring England to its knees, was reduced to wreckage, hunger, and despair. For England, a kingdom often dismissed as small, fractious, and vulnerable, this was no ordinary victory. It was vindication. The smoke of cannon fire still hung in memory. The roar of the sea still echoed in the ears of sailors and soldiers. But now there was silence, a silence filled with awe. Against the greatest power of the age, against the wealth and might of Spain, England had endured. Elizabeth's people looked upon the aftermath with something beyond relief. They saw divine favor. For them, the survival of their island was not merely a matter of ships and cannons. It was providence. Sermons from pulpits rang with the words of the Psalms, proclaiming that God Himself had scattered the Armada with His winds. In taverns and marketplaces, songs were sung of English daring, of Drake's cunning, of the fire ships that turned night into terror. The Queen at the heart of this triumph stood transformed. For decades, Elizabeth had fought battles not only with foreign powers, but within the very heart of her own realm. She had been shadowed by doubts about her legitimacy, her gender, and her religion. Rivals at home and abroad had questioned her right to rule. Yet now, in the wake of the Armada's ruin, she stood beyond question. The Virgin Queen was no longer a fragile compromise between Protestant and Catholic, between noble faction and foreign threat. She was the living emblem of a nation's survival, triumphant, untouchable, chosen. The image of Elizabeth herself became inseparable from this victory. At Tilbury, she had ridden before her troops clad in armor, declaring that though she possessed the body of a weak and feeble woman, she bore the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too. Those words echoed in memory, repeated and reshaped into legend, until they became more than a speech. They became the creed of a nation. And in that moment, England changed. The kingdom that had so often wavered between weakness and strength, between isolation and ambition, between faith and fear, now glimpsed a destiny beyond survival. The defeat of the Armada was not merely an end to invasion. It was a beginning of confidence, of expansion, of imagination. It marked the dawn of a new identity, one that saw England not as a marginal island on the edge of Europe, but as a power with a role to play upon the world's stage. London's streets echoed with the optimism of the moment. Merchants saw opportunities where before there had been danger. Poets and playwrights turned triumph into verse and drama. Courtiers painted Elizabeth as Gloriana, Astrea, and Cynthia, goddess and queen entwined. Artists filled canvases with portraits that celebrated not just her reign, but the myth of her eternal rule. Even common folk, who bore the burdens of taxation and war, spoke of their queen with pride, as though her triumph belonged to them as much as it did to crown and court. Yet this triumph carried shadows. Spain was not destroyed. Europe remained dangerous. Poverty lingered in the countryside. Plague still haunted the cities. But in 1588, those shadows seemed distant. The light of victory burned too brightly to be dimmed. Thus began what posterity would call the Elizabethan Golden Age. It was born not only from cannons and storms, but from a transformation of the English spirit. It was an age in which words, music, voyages, and visions flourished, a time when the imagination of a people matched the boldness of their queen. It was the age in which a nation, forged in peril, discovered its soul. Nowhere was the spirit of Elizabeth's golden age more vividly alive than in the world of drama. London, once seen as a turbulent city of trade, crime, and crowded alleys, transformed into the beating heart of a cultural revolution. Along the muddy, bustling banks of the Thames, wooden structures began to rise, simple at first, but destined to become monuments of imagination. The theater, the curtain, the rose, and most famously, the globe. These were more than buildings. They were vessels of a nation's voice. The playhouses themselves were wonders of their time. Vast, open-air amphitheaters with circular galleries climbing above the pit. Sunlight streamed down upon the stage, while the hum of the city blended with the cries of hawkers, the neighing of horses, and the tolling of church bells. Their timber beams and thatched roofs stood as bold statements against those who condemned theater as sinful idleness. Yet within their walls, the life of England unfolded in words and action. Here, people of every station met and mingled in a way almost unheard of elsewhere in Elizabethan society. Nobles in silk doublets and jeweled collars sat in the galleries, gazing down at the rough-clothed apprentices, fishmongers, and common laborers who crowded the yard below, standing shoulder to shoulder in the open pit. For a few hours, distinctions of wealth and birth faded, replaced by a shared humanity. They laughed at the same jests, gasped at the same betrayals, and wept at the same tragedies. The theater became a mirror of the kingdom itself. fractured yet united in experience. It was on these stages that the English language discovered new heights of beauty and power. Playwrights like Christopher Marlowe, Ben Jonson, and Thomas Kyd filled the boards with passion, wit, and thunderous lines that carried through the city's air. And then, above all others, came William Shakespeare, whose words transcended the age that bore him. With each play, he painted the struggles of kings and queens, the ambitions of villains, the folly of clowns, and the fragile dignity of lovers. His theatre was England's conscience, revealing truths about power, mortality, and the very soul of man. To watch Hamlet was to peer into the shadowed corridors of indecision and doubt. To hear Henry V was to feel the pulse of England's heart in war. To witness Romeo and Juliet was to grieve the timeless cost of love and fate. Shakespeare and his contemporaries gave language to emotions that had always lived within the human spirit, but had never been spoken with such clarity. Their words would outlast the reign of Elizabeth herself, echoing down the centuries. The experience of theatre in Elizabethan London was unlike anything we know today. There were no curtains to shield the actors, no artificial lighting to set the mood. Instead, plays unfolded in broad daylight, relying on the energy of the performers and the imagination of the crowd. Audiences hissed at villains, roared at jokes, and wept openly at the deaths of their heroes. Actors thrived on this living connection, adapting, improvising, and shaping each performance into something unique. And yet, the stage was not only entertainment. It was politics, morality, and national identity performed before the eyes of a restless people. Subtly or boldly, playwrights commented on questions of order, authority, and justice. Allegories veiled criticisms. Tragedies mirrored the dangers of tyranny. Comedies reminded audiences of the fragile balance between laughter and cruelty. For a queen whose power often rested on image and perception, the stage was both a danger and an opportunity. Elizabeth, shrewd as ever, understood this. Though some of her advisors condemned the theatres, she allowed them to flourish, recognizing in them a power to bind her people together in common story. Thus, London's stage became the heartbeat of the Golden Age, a place where England saw itself not as a fractured land of faith and faction, but as a kingdom with a shared destiny. It was here that the voices of ordinary men and women mingled with the visions of poets, and where the Virgin Queen herself, though she never trod the boards, became the unseen muse behind a culture that would define an era. The rise of the theatre was more than a cultural flowering. It was a declaration that England had found its voice, and in speaking it aloud, it had found its soul. In the crowded, sunlit playhouses of London, the voices of William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe rose above the din of the city, carrying stories that would shape the very consciousness of a nation. Shakespeare, whose name would become synonymous with the English stage, captured the breadth of human experience in ways that had never before been attempted. His plays were mirrors held up to life itself, reflecting ambition, love, jealousy, pride, and the fragile nature of power. On the boards of the globe, the rise and fall of kings and queens played out before audiences who lived with every word. In King Lear, the agony of betrayal and filial ingratitude rang as vividly in the wooden pit of the theatre as it would have in a royal court. In Macbeth, the corrosive lure of ambition, the whispers of fate, and the psychological torment of guilt were made tangible, a warning and fascination to all who watched. In comedies such as Twelfth Night or As You Like It, Shakespeare explored the folly of human desire, the fluidity of identity, and the joy of wit. allowing audiences to laugh at their own vanities and imagine possibilities beyond their station. Meanwhile, Christopher Marlowe's works cut like fire across the Elizabethan imagination. In plays such as Dr. Faustus and Tamburlaine, Marlowe dared to explore the extremes of human ambition, portraying men who reach beyond their mortal limits only to be undone by pride, hubris, or destiny. His verse was bold and musical, his tragedies imbued with an energy that demanded attention and provoked thought. The characters Marlowe created were dangerous, compelling, and unforgettable. Men who flirted with godlike power, only to fall, reminding audiences of the precariousness of greatness. Together, Shakespeare and Marlowe offered England not merely entertainment, but a profound education in what it meant to be human. Through the stage, spectators learned to see themselves and their society with new clarity. They confronted the consequences of ambition, the fragility of loyalty, and the turbulence of love. They witnessed the destructive potential of envy and pride, and the nobility of courage and integrity. The plays also served as mirrors to the political and social landscape of the time. Elizabethan England was a nation acutely aware of power, who held it, how it could be wielded, and how it could be lost. Through historical dramas like Henry IV and Richard III, Shakespeare allowed audiences to see the dangers of tyranny, the costs of rebellion, and the burdens of leadership. Through tragedy, he examined the internal struggles of the soul. Through comedy, he explored the absurdities and joys of life. Every performance became a conversation between the stage and the city, between poet and audience, between the ideals of the crown and the realities of the people. Yet the influence of these playwrights went far beyond the walls of the theater. Their words shaped the English language itself, introducing phrases, metaphors, and rhythms that endure even today. Audiences carried these stories back into the streets and taverns, into homes and marketplaces, embedding Shakespeare's insight and Marlowe's daring into the daily life of a nation. In this way, through Shakespeare's wisdom and Marlowe's fire, England discovered itself. The plays were not merely performances, they were reflections of ambition, loyalty, betrayal, courage, folly, and destiny. They taught a people who they were, who they might become, and what it meant to inhabit a world both fragile and magnificent. Through them, Elizabeth's England could see its triumphs and failures, its potential and its peril, all on a single stage. Beyond the wooden boards of the theater, the written word was transforming England in profound ways. In the quiet of candlelit studies, poets and writers labored over parchment, creating works that would immortalize the age of Elizabeth. Among them stood Edmund Spenser, whose imagination soared as high as the ideals he sought to embody. In his monumental epic, The Faerie Queene, Spenser did more than tell a story. He wove a vision of Elizabeth herself as Gloriana, a queen whose virtue was unmatched, whose wisdom was unmatched, and whose reign symbolized the eternal prosperity of England. Every stanza shimmered with allegory. Knights and dragons, enchanted forests, and perilous quests reflected not only heroic ideals, but the hopes and fears of a nation. Spenser was joined by a cadre of writers who transformed the English language into a vessel of art and power. Lyric poets such as Sir Philip Sidney elevated love, loyalty, and moral virtue into forms that were both delicate and commanding. Ballads chronicled heroic deeds, political intrigue, and love lost and won, sung in taverns and marketplaces, carried from mouth to mouth by travelers and merchants. In this era, literature was not confined to palaces or universities. It flowed into the streets, the inns, and the homes of ordinary people, binding them to a shared cultural consciousness. Writers skillfully blurred the boundaries between myth and reality, history and imagination. Through epic poems, allegories, and prose, they constructed a vision of England not merely as a kingdom defined by its borders, but as an idea, noble, chosen, eternal. Each page reinforced the mythology of Elizabeth's reign, portraying her not only as a monarch, but as the living embodiment of England's highest ideals. Her rule became inseparable from the literature that celebrated it, shaping national identity and inspiring loyalty, admiration, and aspiration alike. The revolution in letters was made possible by a technological marvel, the printing press. Introduced to England in the late 15th century, by Elizabeth's reign, it had become a formidable tool for spreading ideas far beyond the walls of courtly libraries. Books, pamphlets, and ballads could now be reproduced with speed and consistency, reaching audiences that had previously been limited to the elite. Literacy, though still rare by modern standards, began to expand beyond the privileged few, bringing knowledge, news, and narrative into the hands of merchants, apprentices, and townspeople. Printed material did more than entertain. It educated and shaped public opinion. Sermons, religious treatises, and political pamphlets proliferated, allowing ideas of faith, governance, and social order to reach a growing and engaged public. Propaganda, subtle or blatant, reinforced loyalty to the crown, legitimized Elizabeth's authority, and cultivated the mythos of the Virgin Queen. Ballads chronicling victories at sea, poems celebrating noble deeds, and pamphlets recounting scandals or political intrigue were consumed voraciously, binding the people into a shared sense of history and destiny. The press became an engine of culture, amplifying voices that might otherwise have remained unheard. Authors found new opportunities to experiment with style and content, to respond to events almost in real time, and to participate in the vibrant intellectual and artistic life of the capital. Ideas once confined to private letters or courtly debates now circulated publicly, shaping discourse, inspiring action, and weaving the diverse people of England into a coherent cultural narrative. Together, the poets, playwrights, and printers of Elizabethan England transformed the nation into a literate and imaginative society. Words carried power. They celebrated triumph, admonished folly, inspired devotion, and sparked debate. Through literature and print, England discovered a new dimension of itself, a nation of imagination, ambition, and enduring vision, united not merely by geography or monarchy, but by the stories it told and the ideas it cherished. The Elizabethan world was alive with sound, a symphony of voices, strings, and wind that resonated from palace halls to private gardens. Music flowed like a river through the lives of the people, marking ceremonies, celebrations, and the subtle rhythms of daily existence. In the royal court, every event, from state banquets to formal dances, was accompanied by orchestras of viols, lutes, harpsichords, and recorders, their melodies carefully chosen to reflect the grandeur of the occasion. Courtly masques, performed with elaborate costumes and staged with dazzling pageantry, combined music, dance, and poetry into spectacles that celebrated the monarchy and reinforced Elizabeth's image as both sovereign and symbol. Composers such as William Byrd, Thomas Tallis, and Orlando Gibbons transformed music into a living, breathing reflection of Elizabethan society. Byrd, renowned for his sacred and secular works, bridged the delicate tension between devotion and artistic freedom. His compositions for the Anglican Church carried elegance and restraint, while secretly, in clandestine settings, he composed for the Catholic faithful, navigating a kingdom divided by faith with subtle genius. Tallis, whose harmonies soared with transcendent beauty, shaped the spiritual soundscape of the age, offering the listener a bridge between human aspiration and divine order. Every note they wrote carried not only aesthetic beauty, but also the weight of religious and political significance. Music was not confined to the court. In the homes of the gentry and in the parlors of the rising merchant class, madrigals, intricately woven vocal compositions, became the sound of leisure, intellect, and love. Small ensembles of singers performed playful, sometimes mischievous, pieces that captured the subtleties of human emotion, the thrill of first love, the pang of unrequited passion, the humor of social satire. Families and friends gathered to sing together, creating intimate performances that reflected both social cohesion and the joys of cultivated taste. The music itself mirrored the complexities of Elizabethan society, layered, intricate, and full of nuance. Yet music in Elizabeth's England was more than entertainment. It was politics, diplomacy, and social commentary. Sacred compositions could signal allegiance or resistance. Anglican anthems echoed through cathedrals, proclaiming loyalty to the established church, while secret Catholic compositions were whispered in hidden chapels, keeping alive traditions deemed dangerous by the state. Instrumental music accompanied ceremonial events, sending messages of power, prestige, and subtle negotiation between nobles, courtiers, and foreign dignitaries. In every note, every chord, every harmonic layering, the harmony and discord of Elizabeth's England could be heard. Music was the pulse of a nation, reflecting its ambitions, its divisions, and its unity. The influence of Elizabethan music extended far beyond immediate performance. Songs were copied into manuscripts, disseminated by traveling musicians, and echoed in taverns, marketplaces, and street fairs. Ballads celebrated naval victories, recounted heroic deeds, or told tales of love and loss, carrying news and narrative across the kingdom. Through these melodies, the people of England participated in a shared cultural experience, their lives intertwined by sound, rhythm, and story. Even Elizabeth herself understood the power of music. She was known to play the virginal and lute, appreciating both the technical skill and expressive potential of the art form. Music reinforced her persona as a cultivated, divine, and approachable monarch, capable of inspiring loyalty, admiration, and awe. Through the music of the court, the homes, and the streets, Elizabeth's golden age became not only a visual and literary phenomenon, but also an auditory one, a time when the soul of England was expressed in chords, cadences, and melodies that still resonate centuries later. In essence, the music of Elizabethan England was a reflection of the era itself, vibrant yet disciplined, joyful yet politically charged, intimate yet monumental. It was the soundtrack of an age that balanced faith and power, culture and ambition, pleasure and vigilance, a true testament to the enduring legacy of the Virgin Queen and her golden age. The Elizabethan court glittered with poetry, drama, and music, but outside its gilded chambers, another revolution was stirring, one that would propel England beyond its island shores and into the vast, uncharted expanses of the world's oceans. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 had not only secured England's survival, but also awakened in its people a new sense of destiny. The sea was no longer a boundary, a wall of water that enclosed the realm. It became a highway of possibility, stretching westward to unknown continents, eastward to the fabled riches of Asia, and northward toward mysterious frozen passages. In Plymouth's harbors, in London's crowded docks, and in the bustling port of Bristol, ships were fitted with new sails, strengthened hulls, and ambitious crews. Carpenters hammered, ropes were coiled, maps sketched, and provisions stored. The air in these ports was thick with salt, tar, and expectation. For men who dared to board these vessels, the sea promised both fortune and death, glory and obscurity. And for England, each ship that slipped its moorings carried not only merchants and sailors, but the hope of a rising nation. Among those who answered the call of the oceans were men whose names became legends, names written into the very fabric of England's golden age. Francis Drake, daring and relentless, carved his legend by circumnavigating the globe. His voyage was not only exploration, but also audacious piracy against Spain, plundering treasure fleets and sacking ports. To the Spanish, he was El Draque, the dragon, a terror of the seas. To Elizabeth, he was a hero, knighted upon the deck of his ship, the Golden Hind. Sir Walter Raleigh, courtier, poet, and dreamer of empires, envisioned colonies across the Atlantic. He dispatched expeditions to Roanoke, bringing back potatoes, tobacco, and fantastical tales of golden cities and endless wealth. Though his colonies struggled and failed, his vision planted the seeds of England's colonial future. Martin Frobisher, hardened by the Arctic cold, sought a northwest passage through ice-bound seas. His journeys brought hardship and failure, yet they symbolized England's willingness to venture into even the most unforgiving waters in pursuit of trade and discovery. Each man embodied a different aspect of England's maritime ambition. Drake the raider, Raleigh the dreamer, Frobisher the seeker. Together, they gave shape to a national identity that fused courage, greed, and imagination. The oceans were not an empty stage for English adventure. They were battlefields, contested by the great powers of the age. Spain and Portugal had long dominated the seas, their ships heavy with silver from the Americas and spices from the East. To challenge them was to challenge empires. English privateers, sailing under letters of marque from Elizabeth herself, became predators of the sea. They stalked Spanish galleons, intercepting treasure bound for Madrid. Every captured cargo of gold or silver swelled Elizabeth's coffers and weakened her enemies. But piracy and exploration were intertwined. Each act of plunder also revealed new routes, new harbors, new knowledge of the ocean's vast geography. Rivalries flared not only with Spain, but with France, Portugal, and the Netherlands. Colonies became pawns in a global game of strategy, with forts seized, settlements burned, and alliances brokered with indigenous peoples. England, once peripheral to European power struggles, now entered the contest on a world stage. Its flag began to appear in distant waters, in the Caribbean, along the coast of Africa, and in the icy seas of the north. Sometimes welcomed as allies, often feared as marauders, the English carved a reputation as restless challengers. Beneath the raids, the voyages, and the rivalries lay something greater: the dream of empire. Though Elizabeth herself was cautious, reluctant to commit resources to far-flung ventures, her courtiers and adventurers looked beyond her caution. They saw the potential for trade networks that spanned oceans, for colonies that would extend English influence into new continents, and for wealth that could rival or surpass Spain's. The voyages of Drake, Raleigh, and Frobisher were more than adventures. They were stepping stones. Each map they brought back, each charted coastline, each tale of distant lands became part of a growing body of knowledge. England was learning the world, piece by piece, through risk and loss, through daring and ambition. And though much of it was built on fragile beginnings, failed colonies, lost ships, perished crews, the momentum was unstoppable. The age of sail in Elizabeth's reign was not yet an empire in fact, but it was an empire in imagination. And in that imagination lay the seeds of the future. By the time Elizabeth's reign neared its end, England's relationship with the sea had been transformed. No longer merely an island nation looking inward, it had become a seafaring power, outward-facing, restless, and ambitious. The legacy of this transformation would shape centuries to come. The songs of sailors, the ballads of Drake and Raleigh, the whispered stories of lost expeditions, all wove themselves into England's cultural memory. Children grew up hearing of the Golden Hind, of far-off Roanoke, of Spanish treasure fleets captured in daring raids. The very idea of England became tied to the sea, to adventure, to horizons not yet reached. The Elizabethan Golden Age was not golden only because of poetry and plays, but because the oceans had opened. And England, with courage, cunning, and vision, had stepped onto the world's stage. The age of sail was more than ships and treasure fleets. It was the birth of an idea that England's destiny stretched far beyond the white cliffs of Dover. No figure embodied this dream more than Sir Walter Raleigh, courtier, poet, soldier, and visionary. His ambitions looked westward across the Atlantic to lands the Spanish had claimed, to a continent filled with forests, rivers, and untold possibilities. In 1584, Raleigh secured Elizabeth's blessing to establish colonies in North America. His expeditions targeted the coast of present-day North Carolina, naming the region Virginia in honor of the Virgin Queen herself. It was a symbolic gesture. Elizabeth's image now imprinted not only on coins and portraits, but on geography across the sea. The most famous of these attempts was Roanoke Colony, a fragile settlement of men, women, and children who braved the ocean to begin anew. They built their houses from local timber, sowed seeds from England, and struggled to survive in a land that was both bountiful and unforgiving. But fate was not kind. The colony faltered, supplies dwindled, relations with indigenous peoples turned uneasy, and when a resupply mission finally returned, the settlement was found deserted. Its people vanished, leaving only the cryptic word Croatoan carved into a post. The mystery of Roanoke became legend, but more importantly, it revealed the immense challenge of planting England overseas. Raleigh's vision had not yet borne fruit, but the idea it represented endured. Even in failure, it inspired. England could dream of an America. England could imagine a transatlantic future. In the scattered timbers of Roanoke lay the first fragile seeds of empire. While Raleigh's gaze lingered westward, others looked east. The riches of Asia, silk, spices, porcelain, precious stones, had long dazzled Europe. Spain and Portugal had grown wealthy on their routes to the Indies and the Americas. England, by comparison, was still an outsider. But Elizabeth's merchants, restless and ambitious, believed their nation could break into this global web of commerce. In 1600, at the twilight of Elizabeth's reign, a royal charter established the East India Company. At first, it was a modest venture, a consortium of London merchants pooling resources, outfitting a handful of ships, and sending them east in search of profit. But this beginning marked a revolution. Where explorers had once sought glory and privateers had chased plunder, now trade would drive expansion. Commerce, not conquest, would become England's first weapon in its struggle for empire. The East India Company's early voyages were perilous, sailing around Africa's Cape of Good Hope into seas dominated by Portuguese and Dutch fleets. Ships battled storms, disease, and hostile waters. Many voyages ended in ruin, yet profits, when they came, were staggering. Pepper from the Spice Islands, silks from India, and tea from China. These were treasures worth entire fortunes. Each successful voyage emboldened investors and deepened England's resolve to secure its place in the East. What began as a small merchant partnership would, over centuries, grow into a vast commercial empire, rivaling states themselves in wealth and influence. Its foundations, however, were laid here, in the final years of Elizabeth's reign, when merchants looked outward and imagined not just trade, but dominion. The ventures of Raleigh and the merchants of the East India Company were fragile beginnings, riddled with uncertainty and failure, yet they represented something profound, the expansion of England's imagination. No longer confined to defending its borders or competing in European courts, England now envisioned itself as a global power. The seeds were small, planted in poor soil, a vanished colony on the shores of America, a few merchant ships braving the Indian Ocean. But like seeds, they would grow. From these tenuous beginnings, England's empire would one day stretch across continents, binding together lands, peoples, and oceans under its reach. For Elizabeth's contemporaries, this vision was only a glimmer, but history reveals it clearly. In these last years of her reign, the Virgin Queen presided not only over a golden age of culture and triumph, but over the dawn of an empire. The Elizabethan age was not only defined by politics and war, but also by the architecture that sprang up across the land. Monuments in stone and timber that reflected the confidence of a nation emerging into greatness. The nobility, eager to display both their wealth and their loyalty to Elizabeth, built sprawling estates known as prodigy houses. These were not simple country manors, but extravagant palaces set within vast landscapes. Their soaring turrets, symmetrical gardens, and expansive halls were designed as stages upon which courtiers could entertain, plot, and impress. Inside, walls gleamed with tapestries depicting ancient myths and biblical triumphs, while ceilings were painted with celestial imagery. Long banquet tables overflowed with roasted meats, sweetmeats, and imported wines. Feasts that demonstrated both prosperity and the reach of England's trade. Galleries were lined with portraits, where the faces of ancestors gazed down, reminding all visitors of the noble lineage and ambition of their hosts. Yet these houses were more than mere luxury. They symbolized a new confidence, a nobility tied inseparably to Elizabeth's court, whose loyalty was performed not only in council chambers, but also in the very bricks and mortar of their estates. If the prodigy houses projected the majesty of her nobles, Elizabeth herself became the living icon of the age. She understood the power of imagery better than any ruler before her, crafting a persona so carefully constructed that it bordered on myth. Portraits of Elizabeth were never simple likenesses. They were political instruments, designed to communicate strength, purity, and divine sanction. The Armada portrait showed her hand resting confidently on a globe, ships of the defeated Spanish Armada receding behind her, while symbols of eternal youth and dominion filled the frame. Here, Elizabeth was not just a queen. She was the embodiment of England's triumph, her very body becoming a map of empire. In the rainbow portrait, painted later in her reign, she is adorned with eyes and ears upon her cloak, suggesting omniscience, a queen who sees and hears all. The rainbow in her hand symbolizes peace, yet it is a peace held firmly within her grasp, granted by her alone. The jewels in her crown, the whiteness of her face, the elaborate gowns encrusted with pearls, all work together to transform a mortal woman into a near-divine figure. This was the Virgin Queen, untouched, eternal, married only to her kingdom. By embracing chastity as a symbol of sovereignty, she turned what could have been seen as weakness, her refusal to marry, into a weapon of authority. Her image traveled on coins, in paintings, in court pageants, and in poetry, saturating the realm until Elizabeth was not merely ruler, but an idea, the personification of a golden age. Together, the grandeur of the nobility's estates and the carefully cultivated myth of Elizabeth created a spectacle that dazzled both subjects and foreign visitors. England, once a turbulent and fractured kingdom under her predecessors, was now projecting itself as a realm of unity, prosperity, and cultural radiance. Elizabeth's court became the beating heart of this spectacle. Diplomats reported its elaborate ceremonies, poets immortalized its pageantry, and artists preserved its ideals in paint. Through art, architecture, and ritual, England was reinvented, a stage upon which every noble, every building, and every portrait played a part in magnifying the Queen's glory. This was not splendor for its own sake, but a tool of power. In an age when monarchy was constantly threatened by rebellion, rival claimants, and foreign invasion, image became armor, and no one wielded that armor more effectively than Elizabeth Tudor. The reign of Elizabeth I has often been celebrated as a golden age, a time of poetry, music, discovery, and triumph. Yet, beneath the glittering mask of splendor, lay a world of hardship, suffering, and stark inequality. To tell the story honestly, one must look not only at the light, but also at the shadows that stretched long across the land. London, the beating heart of Elizabeth's kingdom, was a city of contradictions. In its narrow streets, grand merchants' houses stood beside crumbling wooden hovels. The wealthy adorned themselves in silks imported from Italy and jewels purchased with New World silver, while just outside their doors, the poor begged for bread or huddled against the cold. Poverty was not a distant concern. It stalked the very alleys where Shakespeare's theaters drew crowds. The problem of the poor was relentless. England's growing population outpaced food supplies, and harvests failed in cycles, leaving entire villages on the brink of starvation. Dispossessed peasants, driven from their lands by the spread of sheep enclosures, flooded into towns and cities seeking work. But employment was scarce, and laws were harsh. Vagrancy was criminalized. Those without masters or proof of labor were whipped, branded, or even hanged. For every noble feasting and splendor, there were countless souls wandering the roads with nothing but despair. Disease added to the misery. The plague, that ancient specter, returned again and again to Elizabethan England. In London, outbreaks could wipe out thousands within weeks. Entire neighborhoods were sealed, their doors marked with red crosses as the sick were trapped inside. Theaters, once filled with laughter and applause, fell silent when the plague raged, their doors locked under royal order. Fear hung in the air like smoke. Nor was daily life gentle even in times of health. Streets were open sewers. The stench of refuse and waste was overwhelming. Rats thrived, carrying sickness from door to door. Fires frequently tore through crowded neighborhoods, reducing homes to ash. Life expectancy was short, especially for children, and the security enjoyed by nobles was far removed from the precarious existence of the common folk. And yet, despite this darkness, the people endured. Their resilience was the unspoken foundation of Elizabeth's golden realm. The farmers tilled fields, ensuring food for towns and armies. Sailors braved the seas, their labor making possible the voyages that brought England both glory and tragedy. Craftsmen built the ships, forged the weapons, and carved the stages on which plays immortalized the age. The poor themselves filled the galleries of theaters, standing shoulder to shoulder in the pit, laughing and weeping at the dramas of Marlowe and Shakespeare. There is a profound irony in this truth. The very suffering of the many underpinned the magnificence of the few. The people bore the hardships, and in their faith in Elizabeth's rule, they gave the nation its unity. They believed, or were made to believe, in the Virgin Queen, a monarch who stood above the storms of poverty, plague, and fear as a symbol of stability. Her image, carefully crafted and endlessly reinforced, was both shield and illusion, drawing the gaze of the world away from the struggles of ordinary lives. Thus, the Golden Age was not a perfect paradise, but a fragile balance between brilliance and despair, between theater and hunger, between voyages of empire and the silent graves of plague victims. The shadows gave depth to the light, and it was this coexistence, suffering alongside splendor, that made Elizabeth's England both human and enduring. The Elizabethan Golden Age was not merely a period of art or expansion. It was the moment when England's spirit was defined. Its language was shaped by poets and playwrights, its vision stretched by sailors and merchants, its identity solidified by a queen who became a symbol of survival and triumph. Though Elizabeth would not live to see colonies flourish or empire rise, the foundations were laid. The Golden Age was a bridge, from medieval isolation to modern destiny, from fragile survival to confident ambition. This was not just an age of art or exploration. It was the age when England began to dream. As the years advanced into the final decade of Elizabeth I's reign, the once vivid energy of the Virgin Queen began to yield to the inexorable passage of time. Those who had witnessed her ascend the throne as a young, radiant monarch now saw a woman whose regal bearing remained impeccable, yet whose body bore the quiet marks of age. The youthful glow of her early rule had softened into a pale, deliberate composure. Fine lines traced the edges of her eyes, and subtle creases etched across her forehead spoke of a lifetime spent balancing ambition, diplomacy, and the ever-present demands of monarchy. Her posture, though still dignified, carried the weight of decades of responsibility, the physical burden mirroring the mental load of a realm she had guided through triumph and crisis alike. The court itself remained a spectacle of opulence. Gilded halls shimmered with candlelight, the music of lutes and viols wafting through corridors where courtiers in embroidered doublets and jewel-encrusted gowns moved with deliberate grace. Masks and pageants continued to enthrall visitors, foreign dignitaries, and even the populace, reinforcing the image of a kingdom flourishing under the hand of a singular sovereign. But beneath this glittering surface, the machinery of governance faced increasing strain. Routine administration, already delicate in its complexity, now required constant oversight. As senior advisors grew older, health faltered, and the intricate web of patronage and loyalty began to fray. Decisions that had once been managed with a glance or a word now demanded painstaking deliberation and careful negotiation. Political threats, both internal and external, loomed larger in her later years. Spain, France, and other continental powers remained wary, their envoys subtly probing for signs of weakness, measuring the stability of a crown that had long defied their ambitions. Within England, the question of succession became a constant, unspoken tension. Elizabeth's conscious choice to remain unmarried, her defining symbol as the Virgin Queen, left the kingdom without a direct heir. Courtiers whispered, factions maneuvered, and ambitious nobles sought to position themselves advantageously should the Queen's health fail. The corridors of Whitehall became a theater of intrigue, every glance and hushed conversation potentially loaded with strategy or subterfuge. Elizabeth herself navigated this precarious landscape with a mixture of experience and caution. Her famously sharp intellect allowed her to maintain authority even as the pressures of age pressed upon her. She continued to meet with ambassadors, issue directives, and correspond with allies across Europe. Yet the subtle shifts of time were evident in her strategies. The absolute, effortless command of her youth had given way to a reliance on calculated gestures, long consultations, and carefully timed appearances. She became increasingly aware that her life, and therefore the continuity of the Tudor legacy, was finite. Each public appearance was more than ceremonial. It was a demonstration that, even in decline, the crown remained steadfast and unassailable. The tension between image and reality defined these years. The Virgin Queen, eternal in portraiture and legend, had to project vitality and control while contending with the slow, inexorable truths of aging and mortality. Advisors debated policy with increasing urgency, factions whispered about the future of the realm, and Elizabeth's every decision was scrutinized by both allies and adversaries. Yet, through it all, she preserved the image that had become her greatest weapon, the unshakable, timeless sovereign, a symbol not just of monarchy, but of the nation itself. Even as whispers of succession grew louder and courtiers maneuvered for advantage, Elizabeth's presence remained the fulcrum upon which England balanced. The weight of decades on the throne was tangible, felt in her gestures, in the careful cadence of her speech, and in the meticulous performance of ritual and ceremony. She ruled not only through authority, but through the careful cultivation of legend, reinforcing the idea that her will, her intellect, and her vision were inseparable from the identity of the nation she had led through triumph and crisis alike. In these final years, Elizabeth I embodied both the strength and fragility of monarchy. Her reign, already remarkable for its victories over domestic and foreign challenges, now faced the universal test of time. The Virgin Queen remained a living symbol of England's power and ambition, yet even she could not halt the inevitable currents of age, intrigue, and mortality. Beyond political pressures, Elizabeth faced profound personal solitude. Her deliberate choice to remain unmarried, to embody the symbolic Virgin Queen, left her without an heir. The crown would pass beyond the Tudor line, and she knew it. Friends and confidants came and went, their loyalty often tested by the temptations of wealth, influence, or foreign alliances. Loneliness, compounded by the knowledge that her era was drawing to a close, weighed heavily upon her. Yet in this solitude, Elizabeth's shrewd mind remained as keen as ever. She continued to correspond with allies and adversaries alike, using letters to reinforce authority, to negotiate, and to maintain England's delicate web of alliances. Her pen became an extension of her presence, projecting the majesty and intellect that had defined her reign for decades. Even as her health waned, Elizabeth's golden age did not fade. Literature, theater, and the arts continued to flourish. Shakespeare, Marlowe, and Spenser were producing works that would endure for centuries, capturing the ethos of the time. Public performances, court masques, and festivals celebrated the Queen while reinforcing the stability and grandeur of her reign. Elizabeth understood the power of culture as a tool of governance. By fostering the arts, she maintained her image as a patron of learning and refinement, projecting authority not through force alone, but through inspiration. Even in decline, She ensured that the legacy of the Virgin Queen would be immortalized in every poem, every stage, and every melody echoing through England's halls. By the winter of 1602, Elizabeth Tudor, once the vibrant and commanding monarch of England, was visibly weakened by the passage of time. The Queen, who for decades had carried herself with regal authority, now suffered from persistent fevers, fatigue, and the aches of age. Her once celebrated beauty had faded into the pallor of illness, and courtiers who remembered her youthful radiance now saw a weary figure draped in somber robes, preferring to sit in silence rather than engage in the lively conversation that once defined her court. Elizabeth's spirit, however, was not entirely diminished. She remained deeply conscious of her role as England's sovereign, unwilling to show vulnerability even as her body failed her. Yet those closest to her, her ladies-in-waiting, trusted courtiers and physicians, could not ignore the signs. She slept little, often spending long hours in meditation, her mind wandering between prayer, reflection, and the haunting memories of those she had lost. Robert Dudley, her beloved sweet Robin, William Cecil, her great counselor, and countless others who had formed the foundation of her reign. The Queen seemed increasingly burdened by loneliness, as though she carried the ghosts of her past into her final days. By early March 1603, it was clear to all at court that England's Gloriana was nearing her end. She retreated to Richmond Palace, refusing to take to her bed, insisting instead on sitting upon cushions in her chamber, wrapped in layers of fine cloth, unwilling to appear weak before those who served her. Courtiers and messengers moved quietly through the halls, their voices hushed, aware that the eyes of Europe were upon them. Rival powers waited eagerly for word of her death, knowing that the fate of England's throne would soon be sealed. On March 24th, 1603, Elizabeth I finally surrendered to the inevitable. She passed away at Richmond, her long reign, spanning nearly half a century, coming to a solemn close. The news spread quickly, carried on horseback and by word of mouth across the realm. In London, grief was overwhelming. Bells tolled in every parish church, draped banners fluttered at half-mast, and crowds gathered in the streets, many weeping openly for the loss of the only monarch they had ever known. Foreign ambassadors reported the profound sense of sorrow and unease, for Elizabeth had been more than a ruler. She had been the very embodiment of England's stability and power. Her death marked not only the end of an extraordinary reign, but also the closing of an era. The Elizabethan age, celebrated for its triumphs in exploration, culture, and national pride, had been secured by her guidance and indomitable will. Even in death, Elizabeth transcended mortality. She was mourned as a monarch, remembered as a legend, and immortalized as the Virgin Queen whose reign had forever changed the destiny of England. Elizabeth I's death in 1603 did not silence her presence in England, it amplified it. Her reign, stretching nearly half a century, left behind more than just political stability or military triumph. It created a mythology. Elizabeth became not merely a queen of flesh and blood, but a figure elevated into legend, a monarch whose image would be molded, polished, and preserved by generations seeking to define what England was and what it could be. From the moment her funeral cortege passed through the streets of London, draped in solemn grandeur, Elizabeth was claimed by her people as more than a ruler. She was Gloriana, the Virgin Queen, the embodiment of a golden age when England's identity crystallized under the banner of resilience, culture, and power. Bells tolled in sorrow, but also in reverence, for this was not only the end of a reign, it was the beginning of immortality. portraiture became one of the most enduring vessels of her myth. Elizabeth's carefully crafted image, ageless, adorned in pearls and shimmering fabrics, surrounded by celestial or imperial symbols, was not a mere likeness. It was propaganda, a deliberate transformation of the woman into an eternal idea. Painters erased wrinkles, softened age, and turned her into an icon of purity and majesty. Her face became timeless, detached from mortality, an enduring symbol of sovereignty itself. Writers, too, contributed to this immortalization. Poets likened her to goddesses, to Astrea, the Virgin of Justice descended from the heavens. Chroniclers embellished her victories, emphasizing her unflinching courage against Spain, her wisdom in council, and her ability to command loyalty through words as much as through armies. In verse, drama, and history alike, Elizabeth was woven into the cultural memory of England as a leader who embodied balance, strength with grace, cunning with compassion, ambition with restraint. Her virginity, whether literal or symbolic, became central to her myth. Elizabeth was celebrated as a queen who belonged not to one man, but to her entire realm. "I am married to England," she once declared, and that union became one of the most powerful narratives in political history. Her refusal to wed was recast not as solitude, but as sacrifice, a selfless act that bound her forever to her people. This myth endowed her with an almost saintly aura, one that elevated her beyond ordinary monarchy into a figure of national destiny. Yet Elizabeth's legacy is not without contradiction. She presided over times of immense hardship as well as glory. Famines, poverty, political unrest, and religious strife. But even these difficulties only deepened her legend, for they made her endurance appear all the more remarkable. Where others faltered, she endured. Where others ruled briefly, she reigned for decades. And when death came, she left behind not decline but memory, not silence but a voice that continued to echo. In many ways, Elizabeth became the template for English nationhood itself. Her reign coincided with the flowering of literature, the voyages of exploration that expanded England's horizons, and the defeat of enemies who once seemed invincible. To look back at her age is to see the origins of empire, the dawn of English self-confidence, and the rise of a culture that believed it could stand equal with the greatest of nations. Her story, retold across centuries, has continued to inspire. Historians debate her choices, playwrights dramatize her life, and filmmakers resurrect her on screen. She is not remembered solely as Henry VIII's daughter or Anne Boleyn's child, nor merely as the last Tudor monarch. She is remembered as a woman who, against all odds, carved her name into history by sheer force of will, intellect, and charisma. Thus, Elizabeth's legacy is a tapestry of myth and reality, woven together so tightly that the two can scarcely be separated. She is both the flawed human queen and the untouchable virgin queen, both the solitary woman and the mother of her people, both mortal and eternal. In her death, she achieved what she could never have secured in life: timelessness. The Elizabethan age became shorthand for brilliance, courage, and cultural flowering. And Elizabeth herself, transformed into Gloriana, remains not simply a figure of the past, but a beacon, a reminder that one woman's resolve could shape the destiny of an entire nation and resonate far beyond her own century.
Subscribe for more untold history.